It's a lovely rendition of the first game in a true roguelike format.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
Tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller, it starts to spin, is overboard, there go the men, screaming, oh dear Lord, no, not again. But it's just the beginning, not the end.
She's the breeze that blows my mind, and she's the heat that leaves me cold inside, and she's the reason I can't find another soul to keep me satisfied. I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul. Until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah.
What's going on, guys? Oh yeah? Oh yeah.
She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected wind, but let the breeze blow by. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah.
How long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind. How wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. The breeze that blows my mind, yeah. Alright, we're gonna do one more and then it's time to get started. Not that one though, this one.
You feel it a bit unfair. There's no one there to look after you. Your disciples are scared, but they will all come back to you. Yeah, they will all come back to you. But nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to Was Jesus' father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after him. Yeah, the devil's always after him. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write in Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh,
Okay, boys, girls, NBs, and good friendos. I think we're gonna skip the end of this Halion video, much as I enjoy his opinion on many a thing. Let's see. Probably no Destiny yet.
happy hour at Bahama Breeze, Monday through Friday from 4 to 6 p.m.
Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up?
Hello, gamer. How's it going?
Going good, bro. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. Just vibing. Got back from doing a bunch of Christmas stuff, so working on the next video now. How about yourself? What are you up to?
Doing good. Yeah, I had a bunch of shit I had to do today for like video stuff, and I was like, I'm just gonna stream instead. So that's what I'm doing. But I'm waiting for dates to confirm. But I'm 98.9% sure I'm going to this. Destiny is debating Alex Jones in Texas in like 5 days, so I'm gonna fly there.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Dang, that'll be funny.
it should be really funny. Hopefully not too controversial because I want to film it and put it on YouTube. But yeah, it should be funny.
Are they debating anything in specific or just in general?
Actually, they probably are, and I just haven't looked. But it is like a scheduled debate or whatever, so there probably is like a real debate going on that I just don't know about. But to be honest, I'm less concerned with whatever the actual issue. Is anyway, 'cause I kind of don't care.
Right, you just want to see a fight.
I just want to see, yeah, just the content. That's how it is for every political thing for me. It's like when I see a global conflict going on, I'm like, damn, that sucks, but I can't wait to see the arguing on YouTube about it, you know? So whenever like stuff's going on in Israel or stuff's going on in some other thing, oh yeah, like Russia, I'm just like, well, I can't wait to see Destiny stream about it. But that's
like,
about
how can this benefit me?
exactly.
How do I win?
How can I find this suffering and death entertaining? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone thinks it's like some global elite that controls the world and makes wars, but it's actually Turkey Tom who's just grinding for his second channel.
Dude, I'm just trying to profit off of misery. That's really it.
Yeah.
What are you working on for
Like a
videos?
true capitalist. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
This next video, the one I hopefully will have out by Monday.
Oh, I must
is the
have-
next
yeah, I
part
have a
of the
chaos
cryptid
moon.
series I've been doing. But at the same time, I'm working on a
Christ, how
pretty
many
long
fucking enemies
Jonestown
is that?
video.
Gotcha. The Jonestown Massacre.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the deal with
That's,
that? What happened there?
It's a wild case. It's like you're familiar with like the end of it, right? Like 900 people drank the Kool-Aid, some compound in South America.
Yeah.
What happened before that was like 20 years, or actually like an entire lifetime of this convincing people to join his church, and effectively began posturing himself as God. And like, man, there most of the time when I see like cult leaders or whatever, I see them as like, okay, they were insane, or maybe they were a mentally ill individual who convinced others that what they were talking about was right. But Jim Jones is the one where I think he was just like evil from the beginning. Every ounce of him is the devil. Like I'm really like
True
when
facts.
this guy was 7 years old, he would kill like dogs and cats in his neighborhood so that he could perform quote unquote healings on them. And when they didn't come back to life, he would blame his family and friends for not having enough faith in him. Like, this guy was awful from the get-go.
Right.
And that's what eventually led to the massacre that happened at Jonestown. So, yeah, making a video about that.
I don't understand with these cults. The biggest, most perplexing thing to me is like, I guess I could understand like 4 or 5 people. Like, what was the Charles Manson cult? It was like maybe 10 girls, maybe.
There was like 10 involved with the killings. There were more people than that lived at Spawn Ranch. It was, I want to say around 40 maybe total, like people who live there. But yeah, there's like 10 girls who actually took part in the killings.
So it's super interesting to me. I've never understood this. To try to understand how so many people become perplexed. I mean, like with Jonestown, you said 900 people wound up. Did 900 people die?
I think it was 936 dead. Yeah.
Okay. How can
The majority of them
if there's
died.
if there's
The majority
900 of them, it's not like they were all crazy people. Right? It's not like every single one of them was totally insane. Some of them probably were normal people at one point. It's completely befuddling to me to understand how people can go from living a normal life, you know, having a family, living in the suburbs, to being a part of this religious cult and thinking that they need to follow the word of this one guy. I mean, I feel like just pure charisma doesn't explain that to me from the guy that was running the cult.
Well, it's fascinating, Jim Jones. It's fascinating because, you know, every case is different. Specifically with Jones, he preyed on people who needed some kind of out from society. So like he had his rise in like the 50s and 60s. So the primary people that he got to join his church was like minority groups. So a lot of black people, Native American people, those who like had felt wronged by society, and for good reason. But he convinced them that he was the solution to that. And what's really like evil about it is Jim Jones did a lot of quote unquote good work for minority groups around his area. Like when he was in Indianapolis, he was credited on the news for being one of the people pushing civil rights in the city. And then from there, he spends the next 20 years convincing them that he's effectively their god, that he's more than that. So the manipulation is strong, and also the fact that, you know, obviously a lot of people who fall prey to cults like that aren't the most intelligent. You know, they maybe have some kind of mental disorder or at least emotional condition that leads to this. Because there's a lot more than 900 people who were with him for a while and then left once they saw how extreme he was getting.
So there were people who got out. Was it like
yeah, like he did
Best Girl Artemis,
Indianapolis, and then later San Francisco. As far as like congregation that came through his church, he probably had at least, you know,
Best Girl Artemis, where
so
art thou, Artemis?
Yes, he did. So originally he was in Indianapolis, and then he lost money there over the whole thing, like to go to South America because he hated the United States. So he ended up losing the church in Indianapolis, opened up a new one in San Francisco, and he was like such a
Jesus
big deal
Christ,
to
I
both
am
of those
gonna
cities
die.
that
Yep.
Both of them, he was elected to local government. He was great friends with a lot of actors and like politicians in the area. Like the dude was very highfalutin, and he used that to like garner favors with people in the local committees and stuff like that to get what he wants. So yeah, he had like hundreds of thousands of people come through his church. It's just 900 who agreed to go with him to South America to start his compound.
900 is just so many people to uproot their lives. I mean, they were all Americans, right? To uproot their lives in the United States and then go to South America to this compound. And the idea that people who, I mean, I assume there were probably a lot of families there. They would think that it's probably a wise choice to take their entire family from their, you know, relatively normal life in the U.S. to living in this like little village down in South America. That is, it's like inconceivable to me. I guess maybe I just haven't met enough people that will be susceptible to cults, or maybe I don't realize how easy it is to get roped into one of these things. But it just it sounds completely insane, and I mean so astronomically unlikely to me too, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of like, for example, Jim Jones was super fascinated with like Hitler, Stalin, individuals like that, and he kind of stole their playbook for a lot of how they got people to be so radicalized for them. Like, you take people who have a problem, and then you place yourself as a solution to that problem, and then after you're their savior, then you can start deciding who the enemy is, and they'll believe you. So, like, Jim Jones was a hardcore socialist, and he had convinced everyone that America was going to be the end of the world.
America
After
bad.
he starts to convince people that like he's the solution to their problem, he starts to tell them, well, America's really the issue. And like I said, the majority of his congregants were like, you know, minorities, people who had, you know, legitimate problems with the American government in the 60s. So he starts to say, well, if we can get away from this government, we'll all be better off. So he uses that to convince them to leave the U.S. And then once he's there, he starts to tell them that the government's coming to get them, that the capitalist evil won't let them leave. So we have to fight back. And to give you an idea of like how far removed these people were, he put it to a vote in the camp like a couple years before the mass suicide. If they were to be attacked by America, they either commit mass suicide, they run away into the jungle, they fight back, or they seek asylum in a socialist country like Russia or North Korea. And everyone voted for seek asylum, and then as an immediate backup, mass suicide.
Jesus.
So right before the massacre happened, he had sent letters. It's actually debated if he sent the letters or not. Some people argue that he didn't. But he sent letters to Russia, North Korea seeking asylum for the community, and they didn't answer. So everyone willingly drank the Kool-Aid, killed themselves. They had actually rehearsed the mass suicide on 5 separate occasions, and in each of them had said that they were doing it for real this time. Like, America's attacking, drink it, and everyone does. And then Jones says this was just a test to prove your loyalty.
But nothing was even like directly happening to them in terms of conflict with the United States government, right? I mean, it was obviously they were being oppressed, but it wasn't like the CIA was coming in and like, you know, choking them out.
So what was happening is there was a bunch of like journalists and stuff who believed that Jones was holding people against their will. So periodically, and also the legal route, the loophole that the feds use was Jim Jones was taking people's like social security checks. Because they were still U.S. citizens, so they were getting like checks from the government and then giving those over to Jones. So the FBI did several investigations to Jonestown to confirm that these people weren't being held against their will. So every now and then feds would show up. They would ask individuals, are you here of your own accord? Is anyone harming you? Do you need to get out? And every time everyone they interviewed said, no, I'm here on my own will. I choose to be here. But Jones was using those visits as fuel to say, any day now they're going to send tanks and troops and they're going to kill us all. The nail in the coffin that led to the mass suicide is there was a couple, I forget their names right now, I think it was like the Ramsey family or something. There was a couple who had left Jonestown. They had left by boat or whatever, traveled out locally, and they had left a child in Jonestown. So they were arguing with Jonestown like a custody battle effectively to get their kid back. And this became like a whole big deal in the news. So a U.S. representative went down there with a news crew to do a whole like effectively expose about Jonestown. And then when they get down there, they're doing the interview and everything's fine. And then one of the members passes one of the cameramen a note that says, we're being held against our will, help us get out. So then it immediately becomes, okay, we got to rescue who we can. So the representative is like, all right, sorry, got to the U.S., see you all. And Jones picks up on this, interrogates people, finds out someone slipped the cameraman the note. So he sends Jones has this whole thing where he's like, if you want to leave with these people, you can, and a couple people do. But then Jones sends one of his men undercover as like a refugee trying to leave. So when the representative and like these few people get onto a Cessna plane at a local airport strip to get out, Jones's undercover guy pulls a gun and just executes all of them. The representative died, film crew died, all of them. A couple people lived, they played dead. I think it was like cameramen. Then Jones has men roll up with rifles on the back of a troop carrier. They kill everyone else at the airport, again, other than the two survivors. And then they come back and tell Jones what happened. So at this point, Jones knows that, you know, the United States government and all these people go. So then he tells everyone, this is it, they're sending troops, we have to end it now. So they do. And that's what led to the suicide. So by the time that, like, American, like, federal agents got there to arrest everyone, they were all already dead.
Right. Jesus. So with Jones, was his goal the entire time this mass suicide, or was there anything beyond that?
Jones's ultimate goal to everything was to just control people. Ever since a young age, he would lie and manipulate to even his young friends to try to get them to do what he wanted. His wife, for example, originally he was a pastor, and he would get a lot of members of his congregation to just do like weird, like just live in houses he tells them to, or to eat food that he tells them to. He just wanted to be in control of their lives. He exercised this a lot on his wife. His wife was younger than him, and he used that to his advantage. He would convince her to like be like capitalist and then socialist and then capitalist again, just to prove that he could change her mind whenever he wanted to. So he was basically living out at Jonestown in his fantasy way. He has an entire city of people. I mean, the name of the place is Jonestown. He has a whole city of people who do exactly what he says whenever he says it. So he was just happy playing that for a while, and as soon as the feds threaten it, well, he's not going to let this get taken away from him. So he'd rather die and know in his mind that everyone died with him. The way everyone themselves was they drank a mixture of, I think it was cyanide or arsenic 1, mixed with Flavor Aid, like a Kool-Aid thing. So they all die, and then he laid his head down on a pillow at the front of a stage that he would preach from in front of all the dead bodies. He laid his head on a pillow and shot himself.
So for someone like him, do you think that this is a person that can like confide in anyone or have honest interactions with any human being? Or is it just a completely like feeling alone in the world?
You're saying Jim Jones specifically, right?
Yeah.
Jim Jones is one of the few people that reading about, I'm like, yeah, someone should have like killed him pretty early. Like I have not read one legitimate interaction. Like I said, when he was a kid, he would kill dogs just so he could like prove his own power or whatever. Like, sure, maybe there was mental illness or like at least some narcissistic personality disorder involved. But this guy was like as evil comes.
I'm just so curious,
no,
what,
I-
like when you meet someone like this, is it nurture, is it nature, are they just pure, like do they get anything out of like friendly interactions or helping people or being nice to people, or is it just pure like there's just something in their mind that makes them want to hurt everyone?
I don't know. I'll tell you this. There was this when he started out preaching, I think he wasn't Pentecost. He was like Methodist or something like that. And he viewed Pentecost as like a stupid religion. And then he goes to a tent revival for a Pentecost group in Indianapolis. It was during the big like faith healing time. Yeah, you hear stories of like old tent revivals where they would like scream at each other to, you know, heal them of their disease.
I assume it's similar to these. There's these big church sessions they have where the guy's like, "The devil is coming out of you. The devil is coming out."
It's like that. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, very similar. So that was like happening in Indianapolis. So he goes to one of their meetings, and a woman comes up to him. This is a Pentecost revival. A woman comes up to him and says that she's having a vision and that he's to be a prophet. And immediately Jim Jones is like, "You're right. I am a prophet. I am the reincarnation of Elijah. I am." And he immediately abandons every belief he's had for the past 10 years because he realizes that he can manipulate people easier in a Pentecostal setting with people who are this into faith and spiritualism and whatnot. So, like, I haven't seen a single legitimate thing he's done other than want to have control or dominion over people.
Gotcha.
Like, so to answer your question, like, I don't know if a legitimate reaction would be anything to him other than someone showing weakness that he can later exploit, you know?
So for someone like him, it's literally just everybody is a pawn in their chess game, basically.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. I think so.
That's so fascinating. I wish we could talk to some of these people. Obviously, it's kind of tough, but if you had the opportunity, would you interview? I mean, obviously, Jim Jones is dead. Would you interview someone who had led a cult? Like, would you, if somehow you got government clearance to go to their jail cell and have an interview with them with bodyguards where you're not going to be killed on site, would you want to like have an interview on YouTube and like talk to them, or do you think that'd be too dangerous?
No, absolutely, I would love to. Even if there is, I don't want to say this in a way that makes me sound like, oh, I wouldn't be tricked by a cult, because a lot of like self-respecting people get tricked by cults or whatever. But I understand that manipulators can be really good at it, right? And I think a setting like that, like an interview, I would hope to be objective. And if I was to like get, I don't know, bias or, you know, they try to convince me or whatever, and if it worked to some degree, I think that would be as equally interesting.
Yeah, I think so. I think people would probably find that really fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't want to say I'm a journalist, but as YouTubers, we kind of are journalistic in nature a little bit. We try to be. I'd be so curious to get like, there was this 4chan post that went around a while ago that I foolishly 72% believed, which is way too much, where they were saying that the Unabomber was going to be going on Rogan, and I was like, oh my god, it's happening, even though it was just like this random 4chan post, but obviously that didn't happen.
I would have loved that. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, Bedhead Bernie has been talking to me about like FOIA-ing government documents, and he downloaded like 700 of them on his computer. He's just been going through. One of them was about how the Unabomber was a victim of MK Ultra. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah. So I talked about that in my video about him. Have you seen my video? I don't mean that like, oh, have you seen my video?
I did watch it. I watched it all the way through. I'm a loyal Wendigoon watcher,
cool.
But it was crazy to see it sort of confirmed in the document.
Yeah. Like so I won't belabor the same points, but all that stuff about his time at Harvard. I think it was MK Ultra. I think he was already like that going into it. I wouldn't call it some people have the view when they hear that of like, oh, Ted Kaczynski was a normal person and then MK Ultra made him that way. I think maybe the MK Ultra experiments just reinforced his
it's sort of it's like a little boost of nitrous in Need for Speed, you know, just gets things going.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. That's what I mean by that.
Just gets things going. It's like when you're smoking a cigarette and you pop a Zyn in, just gets things going. That's very dark. He also showed me about how the government plans to nuke Florida and blame it on the Cubans to invade the island.
Operation Northwoods.
What the F? Wendigoon? What's going on?
So it was this idea the CIA had put forward that if they can make a false flag attack and then pin it on the Cubans, it would cause the American populace to agree with their initiative to, like, you know, attack Cuba.
Population control.
And then
right.
yeah. So then Kennedy said no, and then shortly after that he got assassinated, which is people tie that into like the CIA killed Kennedy thing, which that wouldn't have been the only reason they killed him.
They probably did though.
Wouldn't have helped.
They probably did.
Yeah, they definitely did. I'm in full belief the feds killed him. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff like that.
I've been getting into Brendan Herrera recently after Donut Operator hit me up, watching his videos. You've definitely commented on them and whatever. His videos where he like, let's recreate the JFK assassination. Those videos are so crazy. I wonder if he could get away with like doing a video like, here's the arsenal they used in Columbine. I don't know if that'll be pushing it too much, but I mean, it's for historical, research purposes. I mean,
the video got deleted now, but the day after Shinzo Abe died, he recreated the shooting.
Yeah.
The video immediately got striked, and it was a big deal on his channel. But it is not beneath him to be like, oh, well, the Columbine shooters had blah blah blah.
Those guys are a little crazy. They're awesome.
They are. Brandon's a great guy. Every time I go hang out with him, it's like hanging out with old friends.
He
like,
also
they're good people.
he did this video. I haven't seen the full video. I've just seen clips on YouTube. But he he was going over the gun used in, I don't remember what the name of the shooting was. I think it was in Texas or something. But it was that trans shooter that they like refused to release the manifesto for.
Yeah.
And he was
the
like,
Nashville shooting.
Yeah. Oh, was it Nashville? Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
he goes crazy with the comments. Sometimes he goes off. He's a funny guy.
Yeah. He likes to. He does a bit of trolling for sure.
I didn't realize how young he is. I thought he was like 40. He's like 28.
Yeah. Me and him have talked about it. Like what was it that like made me realize how young he was? Oh, he was talking about like shows he grew up with and stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, we are the same age.
Well, like 5 years ago, he looked a lot younger. Like he was thin. I don't know if he just started going to the gym and bulk maxing, but he's gotten a lot bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very, very fit and hot and cool.
Yeah, beefcake, dude. Give him a big smooch for me. Or maybe we'll give him a smooch together.
Once him and Cody started hanging out, because Cody's like the donut operator, he's like shredded. So I think like being around Cody, he was like, hey, you know what you're gonna start doing? And then like Brandon just got swole.
So I have this idea. We can't tell donut operator, everyone on stream, 1,000 people watching right now, don't tell anyone. My idea is that when I go out there to shoot a video with them, I saw in the background of donut operator's videos, he had like a bunch of Funko Pops. So I was thinking about how funny it would be if I go out there with like 100 Funko Pops in my trunk and we shoot them. I think that'd be pretty funny. Just to spite his soy interest. I think that'd be pretty good. I don't know which ones I would get. I also didn't realize how expensive Funko Pops are, so maybe I'll just try to get a bunch of knockoffs because they are like $10 at least. $10 a pop. So it's kind of an investment. But I think that would be super funny if I pull up. In my mind, I wanted to have like floor to ceiling trunk full in like a fucking Escalade or something, but I think that might be a little expensive. But I'll get some amount. We'll do alpha graphics, visual effects after the fact to make it.
That would be pretty funny.
That'd be awesome.
No, Cody's a cool guy. All of them, all those guys are like more weeb than you would think. And I say that as someone who like does like some anime and stuff. But you kind of get the interpretation of like, oh, these are just like stereotypical like redneck guys who like guns, trucks, whatever. But no, they're into the same weird stuff we're into.
Yeah. Well, it's just like a generational thing. I feel like everybody under the age of like 32 at this point probably likes anime and hyper pop and Young Lean and 100 Gex or something. There's just this collective consciousness going on. So no matter who you are, like at this point, Tucker Carlson's like 100 Gex, fire. Like everybody, and he's old. It's kind of cool to just see like the internet disseminate all these weird things that probably only like freaks in their basement doing trichesterone to like, but instead everybody's into it.
Spreads. We can't do anything about it.
No, dude. I recently did you watch Fish Tank season 1 at all?
I watched like highlight reels clips. I watched some of your videos covering it, but I didn't watch like the actual streams.
Do you remember John? John was the guy. He's like an Andrew Tate fan with a speech impediment.
I do remember him. Yeah.
He was in Rhode Island recently, so I drove down there to do a video with him. And as soon as I got there, he makes me take these pills that More Place More Dates makes called Sigma, and he makes you take
The
turkesterone.
pills are called Sigma.
They say it just says Sigma on them with a picture of a fucking monkey. It's crazy.
Okay.
So he makes me take that. He's like, I do one. He's like, you got to have 3. I'm like, why? He's like, it's above the recommended dose, but anytime the bottle says 1, take like 4 or 5. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll take 5. So I took it, felt nothing.
Yeah, that's definitely doctor advice for sure.
Oh yeah, medical professional. I took the turkesterone, felt nothing. And then we were running around Providence all day shooting videos, like hanging out with homeless people downtown, which is pretty funny. Like homeless tweakers. Like the tweakers in Providence are so funny because some of them will be like, hey man, what's up? And some of them, like, you try to talk to them and they're like, it's like, oh, you're not a person anymore. I didn't realize you were that far gone.
You're not a person.
I feel like a really fun Mr. Beast video would be like going homeless for 1 month and like week 1, like day 1, still got my Patagonia on. I'm still a pretty normal guy. I'm living out of my car. Week 2, just like smoking 4 packs of cigarettes a day. Your skin's starting to drip a little bit around the edges. Week 3, you can't speak English anymore. Week 4, you're literally a ghoul from Fallout. You're running around biting people's like faces off. I think that would be like just the most epic video of all time.
Mr. Beast gets shot by the police.
Yeah, thank God, finally, dude. Although I don't know how the communists feel about that, because on one hand it's like, or not, maybe just not the communists, but on one hand, you know, obviously they want Mr. Beast to die, but on the other hand, it's like the cops killed him. So like, what level of justice is this really? I don't know. We'll pull them.
It's weird gray area.
I'll pull a slacker.
I don't need to palm
big gray
anything.
area. Yeah.
I'm gonna sell it. Fuck
That's
it.
going well. I'm excited for the Jonestown video. Is that COD history video still coming out? I've been hyped for that one.
Yeah, it will eventually sometime this year. There's one big video I want to make. I try to like stagger the different kinds. So like I'll cover something fictional, then I'll cover like a true crime, then maybe a literature. Like I try to sparse them out.
Yeah.
So before I cover that, the fictional thing I want to cover is House of Leaves. I've been like working on that video for the past. Working's a strong word. I've been reading it and then thinking about it.
We talked about we talked about this I think 4 months ago when you were starting.
Yeah, exactly. And I still read that like a different chapter every couple days, and I'm like, oh boy, okay, let me let me digest. It's such a dense book in a good way. So I want to get that one out beforehand. Then after that, yeah, I'd like to make the COD video.
That's good. Yeah, that video is obviously I know more stuff, but the COD video I'm hyped for because the lore behind that series is so deep, so interesting. I feel like it will probably be one of the best performing videos for you. I don't want to jinx it too much, but a lot of COD fans are pretty rowdy these days, especially because the COD games suck now, so they're like reminiscing on the old ones.
Yeah, especially because like the old ones were, not only did they set a bunch of like new things in the gaming realm, like, you know, when COD 4 came out, it, you know, reset the map, but it also did so much culturally. Like, do you remember like the political storm when Modern Warfare 2 came out? Like no Russian and all that, it was insane. I think a lot of people have kind of forgot about some of those games.
Those games, I feel like they're fun now, but they used to challenge like notions around what you can and can't do in a video game, or like art.
Yeah.
They used to touch on, you know, sensitive, issues like mass shootings, or like, obviously the Black Ops series is all about like, you know, covert ops and government interference in, you know, overthrowing other states. And those games used to tackle that stuff a lot more with the campaigns. And now, I mean, I haven't played a COD game in a while, but my understanding is that they're just not really tackling those heavy issues like they used to.
They're just like action set pieces. It's no different from like a sort of Michael Bay flick.
Yeah,
you know?
It kind of started with
Saying that
Modern
so-
Warfare 3.
Yeah. Modern Warfare 3, I still think it was narratively, I think it worked as an ending for the characters and everything, but it didn't push the envelope as much.
I mean, you could do a video about all of the history behind those games. You could talk about their development. There's so much good shit from there. I've been meaning to do a Dr. Disrespect video for a while now, but I don't know if I've told you. He started as like a COD guy, and this band Avenged Sevenfold, he used to just play with them with just some fucker, and then he just started streaming and blew the fuck up.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of streamers, so I only know like the highlight stuff, but I remember hearing about him during like the PUBG days. That's why I think I first heard about him. But yeah, he seems like an interesting character. I remember, I hate to like just remember someone from their worst moments, but I remember like the wife cheating stuff, all the memes around it. That's really as far as my knowledge on him goes.
The video, when after he cheated on her, she like came out with a knife or whatever and like put it against his neck. That was like a legendary. What a great way to respond to cheating.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, basically after it happened, I mean, he cried and, you know, he felt bad for it. And then when he
I've seen that, yeah.
when he came back, his first stream back, she was there
course it
in
would
the background dressed like a
put
Lara
the
Croft,
fucking
like a
coin on the.
assassin with a knife.
He's trying to do
This is
the
like
calculation and see if
So
it was
so
worth
he did cheat on his
120,
wife,
but
for sure.
I mean, yeah,
would have
Like
been
he
worth
said so.
120
Yeah. Wow.
too bad.
if I
Too
had
bad.
only
Doing that.
played
Not
the
based,
long
not based.
game.
Cool.
Not
Very
based
cringe.
at all. Wendigoon, we gotta have a conversation about something important, okay? This has been on my mind for a while.
I don't know.
You're looking kind of hot. You're looking kind of hot lately. I feel like you lost like 20 pounds.
Oh.
What's going on? Why are you getting sexier?
No,
I
thank
can't
you.
pay
That's-
attention to the
that's so-
videos when my pinky is out the whole time.
Oh, that's so sweet, Tom. Yeah, I've dropped weight. I did right before the wedding. Like I started running a lot. And then since then, I haven't been as good about going to the gym now as I was right before the wedding. But I have been dieting a lot more, just watching what I eat and stuff. Just because, you know, like I want to look good for my wife. I want to be physically. The thing is, like, I know there's a lot of like younger guys that watch me, and I want to be a positive role model in as many ways as I can. That's why I don't like promote things like drinking, smoking, stuff like that. Even if I don't necessarily have a problem with them, I just don't want to promote it. So to that effect, if I won't promote bad stuff, then why not try to promote some good stuff? Like, you know, watch your weight, be active, stuff like that. Don't cheat on your wife, unlike Dr. Disrespect.
My wife.
Stuff like that, you know?
Shout out
Yeah.
Guy. Shout out Guy for that one. At least he taught us what not to do. Some lessons are learned the hard way, I think.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
but I appreciate that. Yeah, but basically just wanna, you know, why not do better?
That's good. We're gonna get you jacked though. We're gonna get you now that you did the cut. Now we're gonna do the bulk. We're gonna do the when to bulk.
I would like to bulk up though. I need a good routine because I was like, when I'm good about going to the gym, I'm good about going to the gym like every day, making it a routine. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I focus on like certain areas each gym visit, like maybe chest one day,
Yeah.
abs another, arms. Is that how you do it?
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it probably.
Yeah.
Because if you're hitting everything every day or getting too unfocused, your muscles are gonna be too fatigued to really grow. That's my science analysis. But yeah, it's definitely good to like have a push day, have a pull day, have an arm day or whatever. Stuff like that is definitely the way to go about it. I've been very happy with my big progress, but I have a lot of people in my chat who tell me that they've gotten into the gym because I told them to, which is very like kind of warms my heart. You know, I'm not trying to be the most virtuous person ever, but if I can get people to go to the gym, I feel like that's probably a bigger win than scamming people out of crypto coins or whatever.
Correct. Yeah, that's good to hear. I'm very happy for that, man. Yeah, like, you know, if people are going to be watching, you might as well pick up something beneficial in the meantime.
Yeah. We'll all grow together. Parasocial audience.
Exactly. Yeah, make it as parasocial as possible, because then they'll buy more merch. That's the long.
Oh yeah, dude. The long con behind all self improvement is just to get people to spend more money on you, to buy the new Wendigoon. I know you just did another U2s. Whenever the next one drops, people are gonna be buying even more. When they put your muscles in, they're like, oh, it's just like me now. He looks just like me.
Someone said it stopped gooning. Yes, that too.
So
Yeah.
someone in chat was asking, because yeah, no more gooning. Someone in chat talked about, wait, shut up, Chris from Mr. Beast. Okay, someone in chat talked about how you obviously cover a lot of dark topics on your channel. I do too. But is there ever a point when you have to take a step back and like, there's just something that's too dark for you to cover, like there's something that's too disturbing, you can't mentally handle it, or you don't want to get into it on your channel? Is there any point where you'd be like, this is enough?
Yeah, there's been several times. I don't think that there's topics I can't cover per se. There's just stuff I need to figure out the best way to go about it. So like, for example, I did a video about Unit 731. I'd actually tried to do that video like a year earlier, and I'd like taken all the notes and I'd write, and then I wrote everything I needed for it, and then I sat down to record, and I'm like, I really, because everything I was going to talk about was like, oh, there was one case where a woman was pregnant and then she got blah blah blah, or there's one case they took an and I was like, I don't want to just make an hour straight of that, so maybe I don't do it now. So then like a year later I readdressed and was like, okay, maybe if I instead talk about the history of the group itself, talk about why Japan felt like they needed it, and then kind of touch on the brutality, and that's what I did, and I think it went better. So I had a similar situation with Blood Meridian. Blood Meridian had moments in it that I didn't want to talk about. So maybe talk about more of the themes of what those heavy moments represent. So it's a bunch of stuff like that. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's stuff I get to that I'm like, I can't touch this. More so just I need to find a different way to touch it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely, that's the way I feel with a lot of it. With obviously some of the DM scraping during some of the videos, like Probably the darkest thing I've ever covered recently was the giggly goon clown thing, and a decent amount of that video was spent talking about how people fall into these
that
situations.
video still keeps me up at night. Like,
It's fucked up. It's so fucked up.
yeah.
And the worst part is there's like 7 things like that are going on right now that people want me to make videos about that I just haven't gotten to. That's not an isolated incident. There's like a little network of gooners and groomers and LCPs, some may say, that are going around doing that kind of thing, which is very scary. Very scary. I'm honestly surprised that kind of stuff hasn't gotten more like mainstream media attention, considering those guys love to talk about like she was then groomed on Roblox, an online platform known for game development, but often misused by predators to develop victims.
yeah.
Nice.
I think it's just, to be honest, I think it's just because it's too weird for them in a way. Not that they don't cover stuff involving like children or whatnot, but there's so many layers of internet culture in explaining Giggly Goon Clown. I don't know how like mainstream media would pull it off.
Yeah, you have to explain what gooning is on like
exactly.
Anderson Cooper has to explain what gooning is. Yeah.
Maybe Tucker Carlson would take that story, but not a lot of others.
Yeah, I mean the problem with someone like Tucker covering it is that it will just be heavily politicized too, which is a big problem with mainstream media covering it, because either with Giggly Goon Clown it's either going to turn into an anti-trans thing or a pro-trans thing, and I think that you shouldn't go amongst either angle for that. You should just try to cover the fact behind it and not get too deep into the political stuff. Yeah, exactly. But obviously everybody has their own agenda that they're trying to push, and unfortunately that can get in the way of the story sometimes. But yeah, stuff like that, super interesting to cover. I've been hip to, there's like a whole, so the first wave of locales like 10 years ago started with like Kiwi Farms type stuff, but the new wave is like all on TikTok, and obviously it's covered on Kiwi Farms, so there's like 10 different TikTok locales, like Daniel Larson, Jupiter Online, or sorry, Nova Online, Jupiter the Hybrid. There's some guy called World of T-Shirts everybody wants me to talk about. I don't even,
Oh my god, Caleb's obsessed with that guy.
is she? I don't even understand it yet, but there's all these people that just because of how accessible TikTok is, it feels like early YouTube, where because it's just so easy to use, you're gonna find a broad spectrum of people, and it's also not so commercialized like YouTube is now. Where YouTube now, like, I mean, you can find a lot of weird stuff on it, but for the most part, you're mostly going to be finding, especially on like the homepage recommended stuff, it's going to be like established creators who have businesses and are probably relatively sane, normal people. Within reason. But on TikTok, you go on TikTok and 5 videos in, you're gonna find somebody eating their own poop on live stream, which is gross. But it's great for someone like me who like has a morbid curiosity around trailer park trash. And I think TikTok's probably going to be that way for the next 5 years until they eventually clean it up, if they ever clean it up. Because I'd argue some of the biggest appeal of TikTok is just that an average, whatever person from whatever background can develop a following for literally any reason. I mean, TikTok, in a lot of cases, doesn't even ban them, even when there's like a legit crime. Like they're kind of slow to ban them. Their moderation is just really bad. So it can be sort of a double-edged sword in that way. But I personally am at the very least enjoying the content that these horrible people provide me. I know at one point you talked about how you wanted to cover some like YouTuber related stuff. Is that still in the back of your mind at any point in the
Oh
future?
yeah, let's do this again.
Do you remember specifically what kind of YouTuber?
You had talked about how you wanted to do videos a little bit about online cults and YouTubers who maybe fall into like predatory religions.
Yeah. I've kind of my ideas change all the time. So like,
Shakalaka boom.
I have this idea for a video about. So you know how like the markedly bad Christianity is like televangelist, right? Like preachers who ask for people's money and stuff to
Yes.
Heal people who preach the prosperity gospel. If you do good things for me, then good things will happen to you. That whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've thought for a while about making a video that talks about how it has manipulated with like culture, technology, stuff like that. So how the whole televangelist thing's kind of moved to some online spheres, some internet spheres. Talk about some good people, some people who've used religion in a positive aspect. Because I feel like as a Christian, I have more insight to that than a lot of people just from the outside looking in who see it as all the same beast. So yeah, I definitely cover some creators in that sense. What you said a second ago was interesting about like TikTok, because I haven't thought about it that way, that YouTube's mostly like businesses or like business-minded people, so to speak, but TikTok's still kind of the Wild West.
Well, because on YouTube, people know now that you can make money. Being like a YouTuber 10 years ago was such an esoteric thing, but now it's just so established.
Esoteric is such a non-esoteric term now.
Go to YouTube. YouTube. Every late night host
Yeah.
on YouTube. Conan O'Brien moved his operation, I think, entirely to YouTube. And so a lot of people just know that you can make money there, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does mean that people who don't have money in mind are kind of pushed to the sort of the background. Versus on TikTok, there is money to be made, obviously, but it's sort of still the wild west, and because it's a relatively low time investment for making a 60-second video, pretty much anybody can develop a following there, which I think is really interesting. It allows for a lot of pretty good content, but also we're starting to see a lot of people who they know that there's kind of this cringe content factory, and so there's like these trolls who come around and pretend to be crazier than they are, pretend to be grosser than they are.
Like that kid with the Roblox
Yes.
streamer.
Yeah. I'm planning to do a video with him at some point. I messaged him.
Oh, really?
Down. Yeah. So just people like that are interesting, but I do want to focus more on the ones that are real as opposed to ones that are fake. But yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you too much, but you were saying?
No, you're good. I was just thinking how it's like, I haven't thought about TikTok that way, that it is still kind of the Wild West in the way that early YouTube used to be. So there is a lot more room for weird stuff to happen. So I watched your video about the vampire kid. What's the name?
Yes,
Luna,
that was Jupiter the Hybrid, yeah.
Jupiter, that's it. Yeah. Man, that was a wild series of events.
Yes.
And you're right in that you don't see many people like that on YouTube anymore, just because YouTube's so like polished, I guess. But yeah, I guess TikTok would be the world for it, because you got guys like that, and then you've got people like that World of T-Shirts guy who's also insane. So yeah, there is. You know what? Maybe I've been a bit too harsh on TikTok. Maybe there's farming to be had over there.
Dude, if you want to find cults, obviously it's hard to confirm what's real and what's fake, but I'd say that within 3 or 4 years, we're going to see like giant media exposés and government intervention on cults that are being run through TikTok, just because it's so accessible and it's so easy to get recommended that kind of content. That being said, I will say, I saw a good video essay about this, but I did notice it, and I think a lot of other people noticed it before this guy kind of all put it together. The YouTube algorithm changed a bit recently, where it used to be, I think for a few years at least, you're really only going to see established creators in the homepage and you're recommended, or people you're subscribed to. But now, every time I log in, I'm going to get a video probably that has 10 views from some random channel that I've never heard of before, is totally outside of like the kind of content I would watch, from some kid who's just like, hey guys, set up tour, that like there's no reason the video should be recommended to me. And so I think YouTube, because they know TikTok is doing that a little bit, I think they're compensating a little bit by, obviously they did shorts, but also a big part of it I think is they're giving pretty much anyone a chance to blow up on YouTube right now, and that's why you're seeing stuff like that on your homepage.
Yeah, I heard that they were prioritizing, probably as a competitor to TikTok, you're right, they're prioritizing like brand new creators, because I've heard people who are starting YouTube now say, yeah, well, you'll get some views on your first 2 videos, but after that it's a bit harder to. So maybe it's like an artificial boost to people just starting out, which I guess makes sense from a business perspective, right? You want new people coming to the platform to, it's kind of like whenever you start a new like online video game and they put you in the bot lobbies for the first couple matches, you know, so that way you kind of feel the ropes, feel better at it. It makes sense why they would do that. But yeah, I've noticed that too, that I'll get some like 80 view videos from a 2 subscriber channel in my recommended.
And I think that's why a lot of people are starting new channels right now and succeeding with it, especially established creators. So, for example, it used to kind of be, if you start a podcast channel, the first 2 months are probably only going to be views coming from people who went from your video, where you promoted it, you plugged it, like, hey, you know, like, for example, you recently, you started a podcast with Meat Canyon, you started a podcast with Critical, and the Critical one is on a new channel. It used to be only people coming from those channels to subscribe would be the people that find it. Now it's sort of this thing going on where that channel is immediately going to get recommended to a ton of people who maybe otherwise wouldn't see it, or maybe would be kind of interested in the content, versus before it was like, to really get into recommended, you got to wait to get monetized, you got to wait to have a substantial audience. And now it's like, I mean, the first day you started that channel with Meat Canyon, I hadn't even seen that you shouted it out. It was in my recommended. Yeah.
Like there is a favoritism to it. This kind of goes to that point. So the one with Critical is on a pre-existing channel called the Official Channel, or the Official Network, because that's where they have their podcast. That was a channel that already existed, and it's got like Charlie, you know, a huge YouTuber on it. And then Meat Canyon and I started a brand new channel for our podcast, and that one has more subscribers than the pre-existing one with Charlie.
Right.
And I think a lot of that is because the algorithm's pushing new channels.
Yeah. So I think like right now, for anybody watching this, if you're planning to start a new channel, and you actually have some content to make, if you put like 2 good videos out in the first week and they do well, you're probably going to keep doing well. If you put out 2 bad videos and you get those 2 freebie recommendations from YouTube, and you know, people don't really subscribe or there's bad watch time, you're probably gonna have a hard time getting off the ground. So yeah, it's a super interesting time to be a content creator right now.
Yeah, Kayla's been thinking about starting a channel for a while, and I'm like, bro, like now is the hot time to do it for several reasons. You should get in on that,
bro. She should start a channel with the monkeys, dude.
That's what she wants to do. She wants to do a channel about like weird like animal cases in like animal science from history, like weird experiments that happen, stuff like that, because she has very intimate knowledge about like how they work legal wise and medically. So I think she'd be really good at it.
Yeah.
But she's been talking about forever, and I'm like, bro, like new YouTube channels are really hot right now.
Yeah, I was thinking more like, we gave a monkey 100 bars of Xanax, and this is what happened.
That
like,
dude, yeah, she could do that.
Yeah, I think that would be really good. We gave a monkey lean, and he started making the best rap songs of all time. Teaching a monkey how to make AI SpongeBob rap. Yeah, just instantly fired. But it doesn't matter because now she's a YouTuber, so it's fine.
Exactly, yeah. And that video is gonna make like a year's worth.
Yeah, I mean, you can't abuse people on YouTube, but animals, dude, who cares? Who cares? It's fine.
Yeah. It's not like there's any rules about animal abuse.
No, it's fair game, dude.
Really?
It's fair game. Okay, so yesterday I was on stream and my chat made me react to this video from like Meat Canyon's like former editor, like exposing him. And I tried to go into it neutrally. I did have kind of a negative bend already because I kind of like Meat Canyon, but I was like, okay, I'll give this person a chance. And they were like, their basic story was like, they got hired by him, they were an alcoholic, they missed 2 deadlines and they got fired. And then Meat Canyon gave them a bunch of money at the end as a severance package to be nice for multiple videos they hadn't edited. And then they're like, that was hush money for me to not talk about my experience. It's like, you're a fucking loser. They got paid $850 to edit a 16-minute video, by the way, which is like,
oh my gosh,
that's like really good. I wouldn't fucking pay someone
that's
that.
solid money.
Yeah. And they're complaining. They're like, I know how much money Meat Canyon's making. And it's like, well, I mean, he's also running a business, but you got paid like a week's pay for an average person to edit 1 fucking video where he responded to Taylor Swift's Stan tweets, which was like nothing. Like, it's just, I don't know.
Oh, so wait. I thought you were saying they maybe had something to do with the animation side because it's Meat Canyon.
No.
That's his Papa Meat channel. That's just editing the normal video. Yeah. That's like editing a normal sit-down video. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It was
way
ridiculous.
Yeah.
These people are just listen. I love the YouTube editors. I'm very thankful for how they've helped me with my channel. But we need to put a total stop on YouTube editors and editors in general to figure out what the fuck is going on. These people need to be put under my boot and paid nothing to edit until they appreciate their position. Okay, total moratorium on editor immigration so we can figure out what the fuck is going on.
Right. Because we all know that they're worse than us.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, we all do. Yeah, obviously. It's like, dude, I'm the YouTuber, dude. I'm the guy whose face is in it. You're gonna argue with me? No. Totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. But it's okay. We'll get the camp going. That'll be another Mr. Beast video. I made 100 YouTube editors edit my videos against their will for free, and this is what happened. Just like slowly brainwashing them. It's like, well, now I have no overhead. Now I have no overhead for my channel. Like, well, good job, Mr. Beast. Good job. Keep up with the food pantry stuff. I'm thankful though that I think a lot of that kind of I think that video that this person made probably would have seemed much more powerful a few years ago, but thankfully people I think are wisening up to the fact that most of these like creator exposés are just like, they didn't need to happen. They don't need to happen.
Yeah.
Which is kind of how I felt about, I don't want to get too into it, but the shit that you got on Twitter was just like, I don't even know what people are mad about here. They're just finding some reason to be upset.
Yeah, I mean, it's with anything. Like if someone doesn't, I mean, you know this as well as I do. If someone doesn't like you, then anything against you is fair game, right? So they didn't like me for XYZ reason, which is fine, but then that becomes, oh, well, I have other things I don't like because that's more convenient for me. And that's what happens with a lot of people. Like, Dream's a good example of that. Like, you know, I think he's cringe, therefore he's all these other horrendous things. Yeah, it just happens to be like that.
Ashido made a pretty good point on my stream about Dream. Sorry to interrupt. It was just he was saying how like a lot of the people who hate him are also like former stans of him, and I think them attempting to go after him is almost like a spiritual reconciliation, like almost a troll's remorse for them having used to like his content, realizing it's cringe, and now they're like, well, now that I know he's cringe, it's time to call him a file. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, well,
Yeah.
your psychology is sort of paper thin, but I didn't even think about it that way until recently, and I think he was super right on that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. Who was that one guy who had the girl who was like a stalker of his, and then she makes a video also oh, it was Quentin.
Yeah.
Do you remember like how awful that situation was? Like this girl basically said she loved him, edited for him, did a bad job, all this stuff. And then when he's like, I don't have the same feelings for you, she makes like an expose about him. Like, poor guy.
His response was so funny because it was like, she said she loved me and I did not. And so it put me in an awkward position. I felt pretty bad for him throughout that. And also people are like, I don't know, my mutuals on Twitter, some of these people I think are cool people, but they're like saying, he made a 9-hour video about Sam and Cat. It's creepy. It's like, it's just a TV show. I don't think it's that deep, to be honest.
It's a TV show. Who cares? And he spends a lot of it. Like, I haven't seen the recent ones, but I watched the first one. And he goes into a lot of the production behind it and how writer's room changed. As someone who's, like, interested in how, like, television works, it is a cool, like, series to watch. They act like he spends the whole time talking about, like, who he has a crush on or whatever. It's weird. Yeah, his videos are fine. And also, do you know how much money he makes off a 9.5-hour video about Sam and Cat?
A disgusting amount.
You guys would also be making those videos if they did that well.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, these people just, the long video bad thing is so infuriating because I know that like with short attention spans now, it's sort of frowned upon to make a video that's like 7 hours long or whatever. I get it. It's a little annoying sometimes to watch a video that long, but like if you actually watch the videos, it's not like he's saying nothing. It's not like it's all padding. He has like a reason to make the content. And when you or I make a long video, there was a reason that video exists. You can call the content itself dumb. Like if you don't care about Jonestown, or if you don't care about Cyrax, or if you don't care about Sam and Cat, I get it. That's fine if you want to say it's like just of little interest to you, but to invalidate the existence of the content as a whole because of that, I think is just kind of silly behavior.
Yeah, the offset of like, because there are some people out there who like Cyrax, for example, they won't click on which I enjoyed that video, by the way, good job.
Thank you.
There's a lot of people who will click on a 15-minute video about Cyrax, won't click on like a multi-hour one. But I feel like that's offset enough by people who really do want a multi-hour one, who want to know everything there is to know.
Yeah.
Because like for me, I've heard about Cyrax. I'd seen like a clip every now and then, but I wanted like the full scoop, and your video gave that. I don't want another 15-minute video about the guy.
Well, that was it for me. It was like, I like the guys that do the 15-minute videos. I get why they exist, but it's just sort of segmented into these little parts where if you watch any video, you're going to have to watch the entire series to understand the full story. I think the nice thing about having it in one upload is like,
yeah, I'm trying to figure out why Hades is fucking up.
You listen to it in the background to whatever you're doing, and then you know the entire story, and you don't need to go look for these little sources, which I think is part of the convenience of having a long video.
Especially because, like, have you made any follow-up videos? I'm trying to think of some right now. Like, you made a video about a guy, and then a year later you make, like, an update video of sorts, kind of how June the King did with, like, Boogie and
Oh,
Ring.
so you were being, like, ironic coming in here and saying interesting when you didn't mean interesting?
I did the one video about Daniel Larson last year, and I'm planning to do, like, a 2-hour one where I put some of that info in it, and then I, like, do his entire story because he's been going crazy. Or I think he got an Applebee's or an Olive Garden shut down, and the feds raided it or something.
I heard about that,
which is so awesome.
Well,
so I'm definitely planning to do more follow-ups now. And I also have this idea in my mind that I want to do. I want to do the lolcow iceberg or lolcow rabbit hole, where it's like 9 fucking hours of all of those guys, so you can just get it all. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be excellent. The reason I bring that up is because like your videos
Turkey Tom video.
It works for like a follow-up series. Because by the time I watch that Cyrax video, I'm like, okay, I'm caught up. I can now, if I wanted to, I can now start seeing what Cyrax does day to day. Because I know all the background.
Yeah, I have the browser window capped in the corner.
Instead of like, you just see some video of him like spurring out or beating up his troll, and it's like, well, what's the brain
out over why Hades keeps stuttering?
I my video. Now you
covered it up with this.
You know a little bit more about this stuff, and you can go forward with a little more knowledge. And I mean, if anything, I think trickle down economics, Reaganomics. My video existing probably helps out other people who do videos about him.
Yeah. I think it works well. That's why I ask about like updates and stuff, because it feels like the only person to give like a comprehensive look at it. Just on general topics like that. Didn't you made a video about Gypsy Crusader, right? Or you mentioned
I
he
did.
was a section in one of your videos?
I did talk about him during it was a video
Shit,
about
man.
people inspired by the Joker who became criminals. Yes.
That's what it was. Yeah, yeah. So like I see stuff like that, and that like Gypsy Crusader's always been a figure that I've like seen and been like, what's his whole deal? And I haven't taken the time to research for myself. So seeing like topics about
Alright,
that.
let's try this.
Or seeing videos like that go a long way to like give me context for stuff I see. So
Not bad at all, really.
Nope. Fucking stuttering again, bro.
I knew you could do it.
You're back.
Tiny little stutters. And they're way worse when you take off VSync. Jesus Christ. Alright. I had it fixed before. I'm gonna have to fucking launch this shit in Vulkan or something.
then when I see a new development with it, it's like, okay, I now have some background that I can actually put stuff together. So it's appreciated.
Yeah, that guy, I don't know that it was real, but I saw some message where it just said Gypsy Crusader on Discord. It could have been someone impersonating him. I'm sure he has a ton of impersonators, but he said he wanted to like come to my house and beat me up after that video. Which I think, I like to imagine the Ring camera footage of him like, I know you're in there, Turkey Tom. I know you're in there, come out. What'd you say about me on YouTube?
He's got the face paint on.
Oh, he better wear the face paint. That video would be so funny. If I come out and he puts me in a headlock and like at the cops get called, that would be so funny.
And then you can call Vegan Gaines to come save you.
Oh my, yeah, I'll fly him out. Gypsy Crusaders camped out for 10 hours outside my house and Vegan Gaines comes and just goes psycho mode. I heard you eat meat. So
it becomes like a Smash Brawl game out of these lockouts.
That's my ultimate goal in my mind is after I've done enough IRL videos with like Boogie or whoever else, my plan is to, I mean this would be so expensive, but get them in a house for like a fish tank style reality show and film it for like 5 weeks.
Bro,
and
that'd be so cool.
I think that would be so funny. I gotta obviously figure out logistics for that because it would be like $100,000 minimum to get that done, but that would just be so funny.
It'd be worth it.
I think
I
so.
would help finance that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, that fixes
We'll get
it.
Mr. Beast
God
on.
damn it.
We'll give them all free turkeys for Thanksgiving. We'll give them Prime. They can't drink
hate
water.
how
They
that
have to drink
shit,
Prime
like-
the entire time.
If we did
I
that, we could get
wanna run it in DirectX.
Yeah, Logan K. Well,
But-
KSI will do a track. He'll do a diss track on them at the end.
Fuck it
It'll be
all.
legendary. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Gypsy Crusader, another one. Did you hear about Gypsy Rose Blanchard got out of jail?
Yeah, I heard that. I actually have a kind of a fascination with that person. After I watched this mini series about them on Hulu that had like actor reenactors.
yeah.
It was pretty good.
It's a good series.
Whoever played her mother, I can't remember her name, but she was so fucking good. But yeah, I did hear she got out. That case is really interesting to me because, okay, so she got like 6 years or something, and she got out after 3. The guy
I think
who,
it was like 8. I think she got 8. Pretty
okay, the mentally disabled person who she convinced to kill her mom got like life in prison. I know, I feel like maybe he should have gotten 20 years. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I haven't known that case, you know, as intimately as some other people, but It
No,
seems like he was kind of coerced.
I feel pretty. That's my one like complication around the whole thing. I don't like that she got off and he didn't.
Yeah.
Because like part of the reason she got, and I know they're different, you know, it's different rulings, different courtrooms, whatever. But I don't like that part of the reason she got such little time is because they proved that like she was in an abusive situation. This was a means of self-defense, but then that didn't apply to him. I understand he was the one who did the physical killing, and that carries more weight, sure. But life in prison is too extreme for that case.
That's what I thought. But there's this part in that series that made me like die laughing when you probably know what I'm talking about. She's on call with him. He's like, "You want to see something?" And she's like, "Sure." And then he sends her a picture of like a buff dog with his dick out. And she's like, "I like that."
Yeah.
That has to be. I don't know if that's real. That must be real because it's so specific that they put like furry in it. But that was so fucking funny because I immediately the dots connected in my head to understand exactly who this person is.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I see what we're dealing with. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is one for one. I know, yeah, I have mixed feelings about it because I understand why Gypsy got someone else to do it for, because she was in such a situation that, you know, like she felt entirely helpless. She felt so helpless that she was afraid of walking even when her mom wasn't in the room because she felt like she was wrong. I get why she needs someone to do the killing for her, but it also is someone manipulating a mentally ill individual to get what they want, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough gray area, but also if he was manipulated into doing it once, I mean, would he do it again? That's the other question. Maybe.
That's fair, yeah.
So in terms of, I don't know if he could ever be let into general society considering what he did.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I don't know if he's in like maximum security with the Piston Cartel guys and Funko Pop creators, but if he is in there, maybe he could be put in a halfway house. But I mean, once again, I don't know all the details, so I could be betting myself in the app with these comments. Another case, this isn't a real case, but there's a show on HBO called Sharp Objects. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's about Munchausen's by proxy. It has Amy Adams.
It's actually
in it,
a really good
girl.
movie.
That's one of my favorite series about that. It's the
Really
synopsis
good show. Dude,
is it's about
Turkey
like, a journalist
Tom,
who goes home. She's like an
always
alcoholic,
surprised.
she's depressed. She's a cutter girl, and she goes home to investigate a series of murders in her hometown that have been happening with like young girls disappearing. And it's like 10 episodes long. But it turns out her mom has Munchausen's by proxy, and that's just kind of one of the plot twists. But I won't reveal anything more, but that is one of the most interesting series I've seen about that, just in terms of analyzing the psychology and doing it in like a nice narrative way. I'm so hyped for when, I mean, it sounds a little cringe to say this, but there definitely are YouTubers that are going to do that well eventually, better than any of these TV writers who are on strike right now who need to be paid less I've ever done. And I'm really excited for whenever that happens, because I'm sure it's going to happen within the next 10 years.
Yeah. I made a video about Munchausen by proxy, and I talked about, this was a couple
You're
years
gonna
ago.
go for
I talked
some
about
merciful
15 cases
end
like that.
here.
It's a
this-
very
this
interesting
time.
disease. It's led to a lot of controversy because it's kind of hard to convict around. Because if it is in fact a mental illness, then how culpable are people for enacting on it, you know?
Right.
But at the same time, it is an immediate act of guilt, right? Because there's no way someone can have it and not manipulate or hurt others around them. So I don't know. It's a weird area for like legality.
Is it recognized in the DSM?
So I forget. I talked about it in my video. It's something like it's recognized in Britain, but not the U.S. or vice versa. Because like Munchausen syndrome is definitely recognized, but by proxy, it's debated in like medical communities if it's real or not. If I remember right, it's like America doesn't recognize it in the DSM, but like, or maybe they did for an edition, but then took it out the
fuck.
next, something like
Sorry,
that. It's
Chaos.
highly debated, basically.
Yeah, I mean that stuff is always changing with psychologists. And psychology is kind of a weird science because it's more qualitative and quantitative, whereas for an actual disease and symptoms, I'm not saying it's not real, but for a traditional disease that's like a physical ailment, you can track it with symptoms. But for something that's mental, it's much harder to pin down what exactly is going on.
Yeah.
But it's very, very interesting. Super interesting.
Yeah.
I would I mean, I'm sure this already exists, but I would love to see a YouTuber who covers like, here's this disease, here's 10 examples of it, here's what we can glean from it, here's medical controversies around it. If anybody knows who does that on YouTube consistently, I would love to see their channel because that sounds super good. Oh, sorry, I think did you cut out or you just?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. What's up?
Internet went out for a second, my bad. That's weird. It's just psychology that changes all the time. Like you said, it's very qualitative, which is why before I started YouTube, my plan was to go for like psychology or psychiatry.
Yeah,
I've mentioned it. Can you hear me now?
I can. Hold on. I'm just gonna call your phone. Maybe that'll be better.
Okay, that works.
Okay. Yo. Now that you have my docs, you're officially on the list.
Could be like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've told people that I've moved. Yeah.
That's cool. I don't know if I know Miguel was in the chat. For Mardi Gras, Brandon is planning to come down there and do some content, so that should be pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm excited.
He's done videos before where he goes down there and like makes out with some of the ratchet drunk people during Mardi Gras. So I'm curious to see what that's going to be. I'll try to refrain from engaging too much with that side of it, but you never know. You never know what you're going to get into there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Isn't he bringing like his grandpa or something?
Pawpaw, yes, he's bringing Pawpaw, who himself is very much like Brandon in that way, where he's just very open to do pretty much anything.
Okay.
Yeah, so it should be interesting. Yeah, Pawpaw, man, I met that guy in person. It's crazy. He has this like crazy girlfriend who started like touching up on, I don't remember if it was me or someone else, but she started just like hitting on them in front of Brandon's grandpa and talking about how young and like lithe their physique is, and I was just like, bro, that's enough. That's enough. I've had enough of this. She's like, you're so young, you're so toned. It's like, bro, you're 73. Stop. Where's your kids, bro? Where's your grandkids? Go make an apple pie or something.
Bro, that's insane. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a good time.
Yeah, it should be good.
I've never done anything Mardi Gras or anything like that, so I'm passively scared. It'll be fine.
After that, did you still want to go out to, I know we talked about going to San Antonio with Brandon and Donut Operator. Do you still want to do that after that?
Yeah, I'm down for it for sure.
Okay, cool. All right, well, I'll work with you behind the scenes to get tickets, and I'll make sure to post our Blake details so people can swat us like Ice Poseidon.
Yeah. Be sure that you put out the flight number and everything.
Yep. We'll be streaming from the gate. Hey guys, I'm here with Wendigoon at gate A4 in Atlanta, Georgia, and today we're going to be seeing how long it takes to get swatted. Hey guys, it's me, Mr. Beast. Today we're going to be speedrunning, swatting, and wasting law enforcement resources. Be sure to spend the most amount of money possible. Make sure they get the tank, the armored car, to the airport on the runway so no planes can take off for 3 hours. How much airline money can we waste? Delta, they delayed my flight last time. What's up, guys? We're going to be doing this for charity, by the way. Shout out Trevor Project. Shout out Chris from Mr. Beast. They're going to be in the video. Yeah, it should be good. Cool. All right, well, I won't hold you for too much longer, but appreciate you calling in. Good luck with your work stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely, man. You too. Take care.
See you, bro. All right, that's the Wendigoon. That's the Wendigoon, some may say.
What's Granny's at? I'll eat her apple pie. Good idea.
And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support. Greetings, guys. I think we've all known for a long time that the Minecraft Stan fan base is pretty insufferable. Is that what you call them? I just call them I mean, we've already seen that from the way they treated Dream during his whole controversy, but they aren't just obsessed with ruining Dream's life. In fact, they're obsessed with Tubbo, Sapnap, and of course Quackity, and it seems like now a few of them are kind of coming for Quackity and saying that it's time to cancel him.
It's time to cancel Quackity.
So I used to watch Quackity a lot back in the day, actually, when he was doing Roblox trolling. I thought he was the GOAT of gaming YouTube. I remember when he would raid the forums and they eventually just banned the word Quackity or the phrase Quackity is hot entirely. He was doing a lot of super funny stuff back then. It was a little more edgy, but I thought he was just a super funny dude. Now after this, he went in a different direction with his channel. A lot of people talked about how he sold out and he changed. I actually made a video sort of defending him for this decision like 2 years ago and saying like, hey, nothing good lasts forever. He changed as a person, and as a result, he changed as a content creator. Whatever, I don't really care. And today he's way more famous than he used to be, so good for him. But there's this subset of his fans and Dream fans that are like Dream SMP stans that are just insane people. I mean, a lot of preteens I assume as well, like a lot of it's probably just them being dumb, but some of these people are unhinged. If you want a good laugh, look up Quackity Edits on TikTok and see the pile of cancer that pops up. But the Quackity fans are actually insane on Twitter, where they can, you know, let out their words. Quackity on TikTok is mostly just people thirsting after the guy, that's whatever. Although to be fair, this is the case with like every YouTuber. But I recently came across this thread on Twitter for someone who's talking about Quackity and how he needs to be held accountable. Dream already has been addressing everything, but Quackity, his day of reckoning is coming. So what did he do exactly to be so deserving of criticism? What does he need to address, you may ask? Well, today, we're gonna find out. I feel like it's important to say that we have every right to be upset at Quackity regardless of how Dream feels toward him. For me, the issues with Quackity have nothing to do with Dream, but instead are entirely about his behavior related to and outside of the Dream situation. By the way, just because Dream is fine with the whole Quackity situation and apologize for how things went down doesn't mean you have to be. Most of us personally experienced a shit ton of trauma and continue to because of how Quackity handles it, or rather doesn't handle his fan base. Now, first of all, I think what they're referring to here is there was a little bit of conflict between Dream and Quackity when I think they started a server around the same time with the intention of making it basically open for ESL users, like people who didn't speak English. It was going to like translate things in real time for people. That was going to be the point of the SMP, and Dream ended up releasing this long drawn out statement about how Quackity doesn't like him anymore and didn't respond to his DMs. Definitely one of the more cringe Dream moments from the past while. But this person is so funny. They're saying most of us personally experienced a ton of trauma, really, and continue to because of how Quackity handles, or rather doesn't handle, his fan base. Now, as far as handling a fan base, I'm of the approach that you just kind of have to take a hands-off approach unless they're doing super crazy stuff and you're supporting it. I feel like you're not really responsible for your fans, especially when you're as famous as Quackity. I mean, how many subscribers does this guy have on YouTube? Okay, so he has 6 million subscribers. He's getting millions of views on every video he does, and that's just his main channel. He's also got this other channel with almost 3.5 million subscribers where he does a lot of videos. To expect this guy to constantly police his audience is insane because there's so many of them, and to hold him responsible for the actions of a small subset of his fan base is ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. And the reality is that if he actually brought attention to them, one, he's not the police. He can't make them stop, especially if they're not doing anything illegal. So, like, what's even the point to that? And secondly, it's just not his problem. It's not his problem whatsoever. He's not responsible for these random people. It's not a cult. It's not an army where he's responsible for them and he's a general. It's just random people on Twitter going crazy. This girl has trauma. She has PTSD from the Dream Stan war that went on. It's disgusting. Quackity is allowing his mentally ill fans to have schizophrenic delusions again. Quackity's general refusal to take accountability. Ooh, accountability. Dude, this is one of those words that, like, when I hear accountability or like power imbalance, my brain immediately shuts off because I know that whoever's making these
not
tweets
power
is
imbalance.
really smart.
They say power dynamic regardless.
Letting
every
racist
single
people
time.
and a literal abuser on a server, staying silent while so many people, fans, and CCs have been harassed by his stans and so much more. Basically all this. So first of all, this harassment thing, what does this even mean? Like, you got a mean tweet, somebody sent you a picture of poop on Twitter, Chipple Dipple sent you a picture of poop with a hand holding it in front of a toilet. Like, is that what you mean? What harassment? What trauma do you actually have, Evie? Tell me.
Describe the trauma. Show me the receipts for therapy.
You probably should be in therapy, but for a very different reason. But thankfully, she did the hard work of compiling an entire thread of everything he's done. So now we can see it all right here, guys. We can see exactly what happened. Here we have a streamer named Carr, and it says Carr doubling down on his racist behavior, getting mad at people for wanting him to apologize, and generally being disgusting about his behavior, telling anyone who's offended to suck his and being even more racist. Okay. When people started to call him out, he got mad and refused to apologize. Well, let's see what he did. Let's see what the crazy racist stuff he did was. Why was he so irresponsible?
¿Sabías que te están cancelando por el chiste que hiciste de Ale Wang? ¿Yo? ¿Cuándo hice un chiste de Ale Wang? What? ¿De qué hablan, boludo? Amigo, cancelenme por lo que quieran, me chupa la pija, boludo. Ah, cuando te hosteó. Ah, me están jodiendo, boludo. Que me van a cancelar por esa pelotudez, son joda, boludo. Amigo, literalmente Literalmente dije, hice esto y dije, ¿ahora se sienten como en casa? Amigo, ¿qué es discriminación, boludo? Me estás jodiendo, amigo. Literalmente le estoy haciendo un chiste sobre que él tiene los ojos así, amigo.
So I guess he's basically just making fun of like squinty Asian eyes is the joke here. Who cares? Once again, who fucking cares at all? Unless he's pushing some crazy political movement or something like that, unless he's like intentionally spreading bigotry. I just like kind of don't care at all about making jokes on a Minecraft stream. Should I care about that, guys? You can let me know in the comment section below. Should I be caring about something so pointless? Should this really bother me? And it's like, oh, he refuses to take accountability. Take accountability for what? For making a joke? This doesn't matter, dude. This doesn't matter at all. You people like Evie need to get your priorities straight.
Estás jodiendo, boludo. ¿Quién se va a enojar por esa pelotudez de mierda, amigo? Tenés que tener 7 años para
You
enojarte.
gotta be 7 years old. I mean, this person might be. You never know.
Por eso, no te jodo, boludo. Amigo, si me cancelan por esa pelotudez, me chupa la pija, boludo. No pienso ni salir a decir perdón ni a explicar algo. No ser que a él le haya molestado, pero no creo.
Here he says, unless it bothered him. So he's saying, like, if the guy who he made the joke to expressed to him that it upset him and he found it to be discriminatory, then he would be willing to apologize and make that concession, which is completely fair because you don't want to upset your friends, you know? You don't want to upset your friends. But he's saying he doesn't want to apologize to the fans. And that's true because he doesn't owe the fans anything. They don't know him. They don't know what kind of person he is. And this is the way I feel with a lot of these creator apologies. It's like, oh, you said something mean or edgy or off color to some other person. The fans apparently deserve an apology and they feel entitled to that. And the fans in general, the stands, they love to destroy people. They get off on it. They get off on these apologies, on seeing someone teary-eyed in the video talk about how they feel bad and they're taking accountability and they're gonna change. It's disgusting, dude. This guy, I don't even know who this guy is. I've never even seen him. He's like a Hispanic streamer or something. I think he's speaking Spanish, so he's kind of in a different world than me, just disconnected from the language. But who cares? He said we've talked and all is fine. Oh, well then why should you even be bothered? He explained it right there.
Sí, me hablo todo bien con él. Me hablo con la mejor con él. O sea, la otra vez lo hosteé y me hablé con la mejor.
The other day I rated him and everything was fine, so they still have an amicable relationship where they do content together. He tosses his viewers towards that guy, so clearly nobody cares.
Si a él no le molesta, me chupa la verga, boludo. Mirá si alguien se va a enojar por esa pelotudez.
Chupa la verga.
Yo si algún día me equivoco, dicen que te burlaste de los asiáticos. Ay, no. Ay, que me chupen la verga. Que me la chupen así y que me la chupen así. Y que así también, si quieren. Que me la chupen como quieran la verga, boludo. Dios mío, me estás jodiendo, boludo. ¿Quién se va a burlar de los asiáticos, amigo? ¿Qué tiene que ver, boludo? Dios mío. No, la gente es tan pelotuda.
So the guy is talking about not even Asians. He's just making fun of this particular guy's eyes who are just kind of squinty.
Posta, si algún día me equivoco y digo algo fuera de lugar o digo algo mal, pero es racismo, dice una. ¡Ay, Dios! ¡Por favor! ¡Dios! Si existís, conteneme. ¡Ay, Dios! Me va a entrar un demonio al cuerpo, amigo. Por favor, boludo. Por favor, amigo. No, es que no lo puedo creer lo que estoy leyendo, amigo.
So I would say that allegation 1 is probably pretty thoroughly knocked down. Nobody should even care about this. But there's a lot of other stuff. Apparently, Carr is a serial offender. Other offensive behavior that Carr or Kade has exhibited. These are just from the last year when I used to watch his streams without mentioning the multiple times he's made fun of Mexicans. And of course, everything under the edgy, it's just a joke card. I mean, it literally can just be a joke. Like, it is a joke. If he's joking, then it is a joke. So how is that not a valid explanation for anything? You people are suffering. You guys never have any fun. What can you joke about? What can you joke about? Is it only straight white people you can make jokes about because they're not oppressed or something? Oh, here we have another one. Apparently, people in the Dream SMP are traumatized. Tubbo getting stressed to the point of crying over a QSMP event. Aw, poor Tubbo. He's only 9 years old.
Wait, I think they've nerfed this. Oh, I need to... No! 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 No!
Oh my
no!
God.
Are you actually kidding me? Oh,
everything's gonna be alright.
I don't understand!
Everything's gonna be alright.
I was literally level 26!
I was literally level 26. He's like screeching at the top of his voice. He's losing his voice. He's so upset.
Oh.
I don't understand! I actually don't get it! What am I doing wrong?
What am I doing wrong? Wait, this guy's actually okay, this guy's just a pussy, man. This guy's he's a beta male, okay? I mean seriously, like, why are you getting this worked up over Minecraft? I mean, I get it's your job, but if it bothers you this much, maybe just don't play video games or something. Like, I'm terrible at Fortnite. People who watch me know every time I stream and I'm playing Fortnite, I am terrible. I'm not doing this.
Goose from. Everything's gonna be alright.
Dude, between this and what he said about Sapnap moving over to Kick, saying it's not a safe place for minorities, not a big vote of confidence for Tubbo. This guy seems like he's a baby. I mean, emotionally, he's clearly very immature if he's getting this upset about this. How old is Tubbo? How old is Tubbo? He's 20? I mean, that's pretty young, but bro, you can't be doing this, Tubbo. Listen, from one beta male to another, you can't be doing stuff like this, bro. This is dark. You gotta, whatever part of you is making you cry about losing a QSMP Minecraft thing, I mean, you just gotta stop that, or just get good at the game, you know, just get better at the game, and then won't have to happen.
Get good, scrub, you filthy
no, guys,
casual.
People are traumatized. People are emotionally stricken by Quackity, and it's all his fault, okay? It's not this kid's fault that he's emotionally immature and died in Minecraft because he's bad at the game. It's the fault of literally everyone else, okay? This guy needs to be saved. I mean, he does need to be saved, but in a very different way, I think, from what Evie thinks. QSMP fans saying weird about hoping BBHs/BBHing after a supporter reply to Dream. What does this even? I don't even understand this terminology. What does this even mean? AMGs, what do you mean bad
Big
guy
booty
in a horrible
hose?
car accident? I'm glad you're talking about it, as I know you were advised not to. I watched your stream, and it's important for people to not clip things out of context. You don't help victims when you do that. So this was Bad Boy Halo. Okay, so Bad Boy Halo was BBH. This was him responding basically to Dream talking about the allegations on stream, and I guess they're just showing what a shame Bad died in that car accident. So I guess they're just saying they're glad that his friend died or something, which is like, but once again, how is this Quackity? The news arrived that no one wanted to share. Did Bad Boy Halo get in a car accident? Car accidents are scary things, but you survive. So maybe Skeppy got in a car accident, and here he is. This is from 2019 though. I don't even know what these people are talking about. But once again, like, who cares? These are just random gay people on Twitter talking about this. This has no bearing on Quackity. What is he supposed to do? Like, find these people's names and be like, you know, like, go to their house and be like, hey, why don't you have a seat right over there? Why you said something mean on Twitter? Like, this literally means nothing. Is this the trauma you have, Evie? You loser. Charlie Slimesicle making jokes about grooming? Can you not make jokes about grooming?
Everyone for listening to 100 episodes of Just Roll with It Riptide. Parasocial, we love you.
We love you. We really care.
Parasocial, kisses, hugs. Private
XOXO.
Snapchat, private
What the
private Twitter, private Snapchat.
Please buy my baby pictures. I'm sending them out to people.
So they're just making fun of Dream here, I guess.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Drive. It has evidence. We'll see you guys in the episode.
Seems like they don't like Dream, but this is just kind of nothing. Making jokes about grooming. I mean, I guess they are a little bit, but once again, it's a joke. So who cares? Why can you not joke about this? Has this person ever justified why you can't joke about these things? Can anybody give me a suitable explanation for why I can't make a joke about a dark subject? Okay, like literally, you can joke about anything. You can joke about anything, and obviously some people are gonna be like upset about that. But I mean, Evie is just like upset over nothing. This is literally nothing. This means nothing. Who cares? Quackity and QSMP fans making jokes and literally making a game out of a serious situation, acting like allegations are a joke. All right, well, let's see what this is. An even better bingo of what Dream might say during the video. So they just made like a meme bingo card. Snapchat's a messaging app. Talk about QSMP. Talks about his friends that dropped him. She lied about her age. Pin blames someone/something else. So this is just like a meme like they made to try to predict what he would say. Once again, why is this an issue? And like, why is this an issue that Quackity has to deal with? They say Quackity and QSMP fans, where did he make a joke about this? I don't see that. I mean, and even if he did, who cares? This doesn't mean anything, dude. This literally means nothing. These are just fans joking about this. And the more offensive thing to me is that these people probably think Dream is guilty, which is wrong. But, I mean, these are just memes they posted. This literally doesn't matter at all. Quackity, his fans, and QSMP re-upload everything in one place. Trigger warnings. Oh, there's trigger warnings. So, apparently there's this giant Google document that people are passing around. This document was made to show the actions of Quackity, his fans, and members of the QSMP and how it isn't just trauma. This document includes evidence of the following: harassment, doxing, real-life threats, racism, ableism, xenophobia, and more. How much you want to bet literally none of this was anything regarding Quackity? Like, literally doesn't matter. Quackity is racist YouTube videos. Quackity has videos up and monetized that are racist and homophobic. So here he has the F slur up there on Roblox Sucks 6 years ago. He probably would apologize for that if you asked him now, to be honest. Rating tech support scammers with Ligma. Okay, it's because
why do they
like
want
Indian call center
give
people.
me
The following
fucking
thread explains why the tech support videos are racist. Well, apparently it doesn't actually explain that, but I mean, it might be a little bit of a racist caricature. It's definitely playing on stereotypes of like Indian call center guys, but who cares? Once again, who cares? You got
Everything
Ajit
I
Pai
have
over there.
is
This was the goated
fucking
era of Quackity. This
epic.
was his Keenosopher's era. Once again, I mean, okay, first of all, these are 6-year-old videos, so even if you are mad about this stuff, expecting him to apologize now is silly. I mean, it's almost 7 years ago even. And even beyond that, like, dude, who cares? He was just making funny videos. Like, literally none of this is serious at all. At all. Right here we've got a clip, apparently, of Quackity being racist.
Like an afro. Right now, it's in the afro stage. You can, where can I show you guys? So you see this? It's like in the afro stage. I have a lot of fucking hair right now.
Wait, Wait, is it because he said afro? Is it just is it literally just because he said afro?
Like you've ever seen my fucking streams before. Yeah, goddammit, it's a fucking no, not even a basement, a fucking bomb shelter. Anyways, so my hair grows, right? And the problem with it is that it starts looking like an afro, so I have to cut it. And I'm not gonna wait 3 years to do a hair reveal and just show up with an afro. That's disgusting. So I'm gonna cut it.
Because he said the afro is disgusting. Is that it, dude? This is literally nothing. This is literally nothing. Is this 60 pages of this? 61 pages. Oh my god. Oh my god. And it's just page after page of like screenshots of his fans. And then it's just like 3 things he said 7 years ago. Dude, these people suck. These people actually suck. I cannot stand them. I will not stand them. Charlie Slimesicle's interaction with the mob. Insensitive comments about the mob. Okay, let's see this, guys.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Oh my fucking What the actual... That was the scariest experience of my entire life. That was the scariest experience of my entire life.
Where's the insensitive part?
Hello! I'd like to try and connect to the native people. Hello? Ah!
Native people?
Ow!
Is it really that?
That's a fucking neurotoxin. Oh my god. My flesh, my flesh. Why are they on? Why do they have fish? Why have they domesticated animals? Excel fucking sucks, bro.
Why have I stopped running into
Regardless
Ares
of
and
what the mob was meant to
Athena?
be, people still
Like,
said racist
someone
things.
tell
MC
me.
needs to apologize and not brush off by saying it was a cartoon reference. It was not. You did more than say ooga booga. You made jokes about stealing their land, killing them for That's just funny. Your chat was spamming colonizer. You calling all of that a cartoon reference, try and brush it off. Dude, this is literally, these people suck. This isn't even worth going through. These people are objectively losers on every level. And, well, I'm the only person doing this document. I wonder why. I wonder why nobody's reading this and hasn't blown up on YouTube. Maybe because none of it fucking matters. You people suck. I think it's fair to say there's literally no reason to cancel Quackity. Whether it's jokes he made 6 years ago that were honestly pretty tame, especially in comparison to stuff that was going on back then when YouTube was a lot edgier. I don't think he should apologize for it. He should actually do it way more. He should make those videos again. Those are his good videos in my opinion, but even beyond that, the recent stuff, which is like Tubbo crying because he lost a game, like you're just you're a silly Billy for that one, Tubbo. You gotta stop that kind of behavior. And even beyond that, it's like his fans said some crazy stuff, I guess, or like somewhere. Like, this is just nothing. This is absolutely nothing. With that being said, it's time to cancel Quackity until he makes the videos again, until he raids Roblox. Anyway, if you guys like this video, leave a like. If you dislike it, leave a dislike. Leave a comment down below with your thoughts on everything, and I'll catch you all tomorrow when I talk about your mom's drama with your dad and why it's really important to address it. Bye. 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 Bye.
See you tomorrow.
And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcast and why don't you cover the Nottingham Joker in your Joker video? Who is the Nottingham Joker? Nottingham's Joker jailed for attacking men with bowling ball? This guy looks crazy. Whoa. A prolific criminal has been jailed for dropping a bowling ball on a council worker's head and giving him a brain injury. Oh my god. Prolific criminal. They used the word prolific in quotations. Does this guy have like a criminal record? The Nottingham Joker. I've never heard of this guy. He looks absolutely insane. A self-styled Joker lookalike who aped the comic book villain's appearance to induce fear into members of the public and retail staff has been jailed. Damian Hammond, 29, is widely recognized around Nottingham for donning makeup and costumes modeled on Batman's arch nemesis. He admitted a series of offenses described as a crime wave by police committed over a 3-month period. As he was led from the dock, he shouted, "I will kill today." Appearing on Nottingham Magistrates Court with bright green hair, Hammond of no fixed abode, meaning no house, I guess. Why couldn't you just say he doesn't have a house? Why do British people consistently have to word things in the most asinine, workaround, bullshit way possible? Of no fixed abode. I guess he had no fixed abode, but you have to say it like that. Can you just say he didn't have an apartment? He didn't have a flat. He had no flat. Call it an apartment! Flat is a descriptive word to describe a girl's chest. Okay? Not that. He was jailed after admitting 8 offenses, including disorderly conduct towards staff branches of Tesco Express and Shoe Zone. See what you have done. He also admitted disorderly conduct for waving a gun-shaped cigarette lighter while standing among traffic. He reacted with anger when presiding magistrate Dr. Janet Ellis told him he was receiving an 11-week sentence. He shouted from the dock, "Send me to prison, I don't care." He then vowed to stab the prison officers and fellow inmates. See what you've done. That, altogether with him altering his appearance to resemble the Joker, appears to be calculated to induce fear into members of the public and retail staff in the city center. Hammond was told he must serve an 18-week sentence, which has been previously suspended, and made the subject of a 3-year behavior order banning him from areas of central Nottingham. Well, he's certainly no role model, but I like his swag, I guess. This mugshot is so insane. I had never heard of this guy. So he went to jail apparently back in 2018, and then in 2021 he was jailed for attacking someone with a bowling ball. The judge told Hammond that you are a volatile individual who will almost certainly offend again, and it would be short-sighted of me if I were not to protect the public. You are dangerous and you need to be released only when the danger is subsided. The bowling ball was wrapped in a pair of jeans when Hammond launched it out of the window of his flat. That's such like a cartoonishly evil thing to do too. Of course the Joker would do that. He couldn't do something normal. It had to be like some Looney Tunes type thing. Like he had to drop an anvil or a piano on someone or a bowling ball. It couldn't have just been a normal, you know, a normal homicide like with a gun or a knife. It had to be this like super strange way. The court heard he had a 2-hour standoff with police in which he threatened to kill anyone who approached him. After setting fire to himself, he jumped out of the window. He's literally the Joker, dude. He set himself on fire and jumped out of a window. Apparently he has an extensive criminal history, according to this BBC article. So if he went away for a little bit, did he ever do an interview? Kira TV made a video. The Englishman who committed over 100 crimes as the Joker. Cop searches for the Joker in Nottingham City Center. Oh, we have a body cam footage of it.
It's 7 p.m. and PC Carl Brown and his crew are starting the night shift in Nottingham City Centre.
I think the weather will have a big play on how busy town will be tonight.
How big of a city is Nottingham? 28 square miles, population of 330,000. If you take into account the city's wider conurbation, what is this word? If you take into account the greater area, why do you have to say conurbation? British people, once again, what are you doing with the spelling? Closer to 770,000. Okay, so pretty big city. List of England's biggest cities. I want to see how it ranks compared to other cities. Bristol, Coventry, Leicester. Okay, Nottingham. So probably pretty big, relatively big city, I guess, for England.
It's a Friday evening and it's a pay weekend for most people.
Despite sub-zero temperatures, calls to the police are still coming through.
Well, we just had a call from Marks and Spencer's in the city centre. They've stated the mailer has caused some damage in the toilets. He spray painted the toilets green.
He spray painted them green. This guy's... Listen, he's a character. That's what I'll say. He's a character. He might be the GOAT, but he's also a character.
Been policing for nearly 17 years and knows the characters in the city centre so well that he has a good idea who he's looking for.
The description matches a local male. He's fairly well known to us. He easily stands out. Yeah, he shouldn't be too hard to spot if he's in the city centre.
Easily stands out. Is that because he's dressed like a Batman villain?
Responsible for
He easily stands out.
Character everyone knows as the Joker.
He's a known local beggar, and with it being pay weekend, I would suspect that he's going to be looking to...
So he's a homeless man as well. He's a homeless schizophrenic person that instead of begging people for money, he decides to dress himself up like a cartoon villain and then walk around committing mayhem on the city, committing mischief, like spray painting toilets and dropping bowling balls on city officials.
Be on the streets begging, and as people are going to have money in their pockets.
Carl is on first name terms with most of the homeless people in the city and tries to get a lead on the suspect.
Have you seen the Joker?
Oh, I seen him. Are you looking for him, are you?
Yeah.
I'll let him know you're looking for him. I'll see you down here. All right.
Cheers, pal. I suspect he's going to be in the city.
Have you seen the Joker?
Where?
Have you seen the Joker?
Find the man suspected of spray painting the toilet floor of a shop.
Hey, have you seen the Joker?
The floor?
Today.
Why would you spray paint why not the walls? Why would you paint the floor green? The floor's probably already green from all the English poop there. All the English poop maxers are probably leaving, you know, a green color around there. He's leaving cans of peanuts filled with whimsical worms at the doorsteps of government officials. Sometimes, you know, you just gotta pay it forward, and that's apparently what he was doing.
Have you seen him in the last 20 minutes, half an hour? Listen, Broadway Centre, they've got a night shelter there, so get yourself there.
Why does this homeless guy have a Ben's hat?
Yeah, literally left there until the top.
Homeless people in England wear Ben's hats and tracksuits.
And then that's Broad Street, yeah? Okay. All right, get yourself out the cold. Right.
Get yourself out the cold. Get yourself out the cold.
And his search could be closing in.
Closing in.
Just came in it. Yeah. Look that way, mate.
Look that way, mate.
Where that bus is now? 78.
Yeah. Oh, is that? Yeah, is that? Oh, that's him. Yeah, that's him.
Oh yeah, there it is.
There you go.
He's certainly distinctive, but his grin's about to be wiped off his face.
Nowhere, right? Anywhere? No? Let's jump on our van.
Why does he have like the money to have this like suit outfit and dress himself up like the Joker? This guy's so crazy.
Ask some questions, alright?
Yeah, you can. Come on, mate. Come with us, buddy.
No? Well, can I ask what this is regarding?
There's been an allegation that you've caused some damage at Marks and Spencer's in Broadmarsh.
Marks and Spencer's?
Yeah.
What damage is that?
What damage is that? Me? Me? The guy dressed like the Joker? You think okay, just because I dress like the Joker and wander around the streets causing mischief and mayhem and have committed a lot of crimes in the...
no use. No, not the tiny vermin.
Suck it, tiny vermin.
Excellent. Should stock up for the road ahead. You're mine. That is a scuffer. No use. No use.
Where's the fucking purging pool?
Sata sack. Powered up. Okay, I'm good.
There it is.
Let's think about this. Demeter. After my daughter
Alright, that ironically, very ironically, is what I would call stubborn. Stubborn roots. Bitch, you know I sold that fucking boon already?
use this.
I trust your very.
After. Thank you, boy.
Oh, hi, Father.
Be still.
You offering to take...
You mistook... Darkness.
This again.
I'm afraid not. Darkness. Another.
No.
Do you feel your blood beginning to boil?
There.
We're not finished. Fire! Fall, blast you! What shall I take? I'll get you yet.
Bye.
Mayhaps.
In the name of someone very sore right now. It's you or me, fishies. Got you. Is this a trout?
The master of this realm, Lord Hades, states that death is inescapable. There is considerable credence to his claim.
past doesn't mean that I did that. There are many people in Nottingham that dress up like the Joker. It could be anyone. It could be anyone, okay? So, listen, ACAB guys. I mean, I'm sorry, not ACAB guys. I know that's offensive to cops, but guys, do your proper research, do your investigation. You don't need to take me for questioning. This could be a false allegation. The Joker allegations, frankly, need to be proven. They need to be substantiated before we can condemn this man.
What's
much like
going
with Dream,
on,
much like with Dream,
Ileana?
proper evidence to know.
Spray painted in the toilets?
Oh, you know what? I did. I spray painted my shoes, but I didn't mean to cause any damage, mate.
Right, okay.
He's been caught red, or rather green-handed. But Carl
He spray painted his shoes.
I'm chilling. How you doing?
He can be abusive and sometimes...
Just got done with one run of Hades. About to probably go back in again.
The damage has been caused on purpose.
What's your day looking like?
Spray painted.
Alright.
Is he going around writing like ha 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 like the Joker?
He said it was an accident basically. He said he was spray painting his boots green as part of his costume. He proper goes to town with it. When he's begging on the streets, it's something that kind of grabs a bit of attention.
Fine, fuck off
Before they
this,
can
dude.
arrest the Joker, they need to take a formal statement.
Cool, cool.
Cigarettes called Zigzag. What else would the Joker
Get up
if the Joker
early or
smoked
something?
Cigarettes. How could he not smoke cigarettes called like Poople Fart, Squibble Wab, Livy Dunn, Baby Gronk, or Zigzag? It has to be something strange, some cartoonish word from the 1920s.
A bit of attention.
Before they can arrest the Joker, they need to take a formal statement from the store.
If we haven't got a complaint, there's not a lot we can do tonight. But yeah,
Why'd you get up early?
The Joker's not keen on going to custody, as he'll be away from his
Damn,
betting
I went
spot on
fishing
payday,
that run.
one of his most profitable nights of the month.
Listen, leave me out on the street tonight and let me... No, we can't.
Alright, we're gonna... I'm gonna be a little Brit-phobic over here. I'm gonna turn you down a little bit, Turkey Tom.
An update comes through from control. All staff at the store have left for the night.
I never tried Genshin Impact.
The Joker won't be going to custody.
Is that your go-to game? I'm more of a Hades, Sekiro, yeah. I heard it's super grindy and that you can end up paying a lot in microtransactions. Is that true?
it's quite a good way of resolving things, really. It's a thing that we do quite a lot now, voluntary interview people where we can.
Hell no, I'm not going for that deal. It's a bad deal, wretched broker.
So if there's anything that I can do for you next.
Also, it's gonna get me crucified on the likes of Twitch, but I'm not much of an anime kind of guy. Well, that's cool. If you can do it for free and there's enjoyable content that you can play without having to pay at all, then you've actually just changed my opinion of Genshin Impact. That's cool.
Thank you, my friend.
So fucking annoying, bro. Why does this happen all the time now? What did I even do? What I even do? I didn't do anything, mate. I was just being the Joker.
Can you make your character stronger by paying? And is there any sort of, is it single player or is it like competitive between users?
I don't know what I got hit for. We'll finish reading this.
Pray tell me something, Zacharias. How is she lately? Eurydice, I mean.
Basically, I'm asking, is it pay to win? Obviously, you can win without paying, but
As proud and supple
okay,
as the oak.
that's cool, man.
And they don't even tell me what it was for, so I don't even know what it was. I don't know what the problem is, but whatever, dude. We'll do it live. Do it live.
Okay.
YouTube is homophobic.
She's all right, Orpheus.
So can you like co-op the whole game or co-op like specific areas that end in a boss, sort of like Souls games?
Alas,
But that's just a...
don't I want...
You're not making this easy, Orpheus.
He was also jailed in 2018 for carrying out a series of offenses over a period, including obstructing a police officer, criminal damage.
Whole game. I do like a good co-op game.
And has been prescribed antipsychotic medication.
You ever play Ghost of Tsushima Legends?
Meds will not stop the Joker. No, the Joker always comes back. He always comes back. He also has a long history of drug abuse, and the court heard he was under the
Fair and
influence of
square.
Mamba.
Here's the
Mamba?
gemstones.
What is Mamba? What is the drug Mamba?
You trying to fleece me here?
Artificial cannabinoid. It can cause some very serious side effects.
Yeah, right. But yeah, did you try the Legends mode where you can do like survival and rivals and stuff? Because I played that one for the longest time, a bunch of co-op, competitive, sort of samurai hijinks. That's where I got into multiplayer games.
Fair trade. I'll take the nectar.
The community's sort of died down now since it's about like a 4-year-old game. No, Legends mode, there's still a dedicated community, but I imagine last time I was on there was maybe 6 months ago. I imagine it's a little harder to find a game unless you have like a friend group that's gonna sort of link up to play 2v2s or go in on a survival together. Oh, this is a homeless dude in Britain that Turkey Tom is talking about, who rather than beg, decided to terrorize people dressed up as the Joker and get money that way. So yeah, it's just Turkey Tom usually does the breakdowns of like crazy degenerate people, and this one was more of like a informal, jokey one. I just like to throw up old Turkey Tom videos in the background. Yeah, it wasn't my favorite. Wasn't my favorite breakdown. I wonder if Destiny's gonna go live at any point. What the heck, Tom? Definitely not watching Yonder Dev. Meowba's stupid. AI song covers, no. I started streaming towards the end of last year, so really only a month or two. Yeah, I've been watching, like, during the pandemic I started watching Hassan, and then when that whole train wreck Ms. Kiff gambling shit went down, I ended up checking out Destiny. Yeah, well, I've been into streamers for a hot minute, but I decided to take the plunge and get a PC. I've been playing on PlayStation. I've been playing games since the pandemic started. I started with Sekiro and stuff. And yeah, basically I always thought it was a cool like culture, cool idea. And yeah, it's honestly everything that I cracked it up in my head to be. Like I'm having fun. I've met several people just popping in the chat. I mean, I'm not imagining that I'm gonna get like super famous right off the bat, but yeah, it feels legit. I download my VODs. I'm considering getting some editing software, and I'm pretty good at picking up new techniques like that. I used to I play music, and so I did a lot of on on-screen studio stuff, and it looks a lot like the balancing, editing, cutting, timeline stuff that I did on GarageBand back in 2010 for a lot of video editing stuff too. So I'm really interested in it. Appreciate you asking. I see you're obviously on Twitch, but do you stream as well? Let me see here. 231 followers. There you go. Used to stream. That's what's up. Here, let me throw you a follow. If you ever decide to go back on, I'll get the notification. Oh, not on this account? That's what's up. Well, I gave you the follow anyway. Yeah, feel free to hang out. Ask me anything. I may end up taking the guitar out sometime later this afternoon. But, yeah. Great to meet you.
Well, look at you, lad, with that codex brimming. Mortals must have... Well, they had this...
Regarding your responsibilities,
The resources director. Beautiful.
Sounds great.
I don't even have enough darkness to fill the mirror up.
Keeping busy, resources director. It's been a while, resources director. I'll be sure to pay you a visit.
When you did stream, did you stream Genshin or what?
Let's go with this. If Achilles is going to stand around eternally, it might as well take place on something soft.
he is a shade boy. What use has he for subtle carpeting?
Recently got into Genshin. Then what was it? Or did you do like just chatting, react stuff?
Here, the underworld could always use a little extra renovating, right?
Go practice your declaiming someplace else.
Declaiming.
That's one more prophecy fulfilled. The contract has been plenty busy thanks to me.
Oh, okay. Most of those are first-person shooters, right? Is PUBG a third-person shooter?
I need more darkness. See you, mirror.
That's what's up. You ever play Souls-likes? Okay, TBS and FPS. Makes sense.
Listen, boyo. I don't know exactly how...
If it doesn't involve...
I am. And funny you should...
I know.
That blade of yours back there. It's got...
Then you'd be dead.
That's what's
forever.
up.
You're asking me to...
Played Dark Souls 3 a couple of times, but
Alright.
I never really got like the 100% find everything in the game, try everything out sort of bug that I did with Sekiro and Bloodborne. Both of those games just like scratch some sort of itch in my mind that I don't know.
Far greater gods than I once wielded you.
Varatha, reveal your secrets.
Level 3 is good enough for now. Go with Zeus. See if we can get some Artemis action. Community server on Discord. What kind of I mean, first of all, sure, why not? But second of all, what sort of community? I'm really that's one thing. I appreciate the invite because I really need to get better at Discord and get more acclimated to Discord. For the streamers, that's what's up. Cool. Do I even have Discord on this computer? I had it on. Me and my girlfriend bought 2 computers and decided which one we wanted to keep on Black Friday. And turned out it was the coolest thing. Her brother wanted a computer, but he doesn't need a graphics processor, so I took the better graphics processor out of the one, put it into the other, and let him have the one that had sort of the older motherboard and stuff. So I say that just because on that computer I had Discord, but this one I haven't even installed it yet. Yeah, that sounds great, man. And I say man in the sort of unisex way. Not making any assumptions here. Download for Windows. Gotcha. Shit, sorry about that. Alright, we're cooking with gas. I'm up in the Discord. Let me hold on. Check my email. Okay. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm getting Discord put in on the computer. I knew I was missing something. Discord, verified, Discord, login, verified, login. IP address authorized. Alright, do your thing. Yeah, pop back in, let me know. Here we go. Oh, 2 L's. Okay. Okay. I am giving it a shot. I tried both your Twitch handle and the one with 2 L's that you dropped in the comment. So I just need an invite. The my handle is exactly this minus my minus the TV. So yeah. Twitch music, Destiny. If you like Dark Souls 3, you gotta try the Sekiro Resurrection mod. Okay, the one with 2 is incorrect. Alright, so ILEANAJHON. It says the invite is invalid or has expired. Okay. Username. Display name. Okay. Try this. Cool, cool, cool. Direct messages, friends, pending. There we go. Cool. Well, that's cool. You got a poppin' server going on here, man. Woman, friend, pal, dude. Awesome. Cool. Well, I'll check this out. And is there any is are there any rules against self-promotion? I'll go ahead and just read the rules. Respect every member of the community. Show love and support to each other. Whenever someone joins our server, welcome them and treat them nice. Try to avoid talks. You can promote yourself in the self-promotion and live section. Cool. Tap purple for the @streamers role and yellow for the @members role. Don't post channel link in general bedroom. Yeah, in the self-promotion. There we go. But yeah. General bedroom. Oh, cool. Sounds great. Oh no, I don't. I try and stay away from NSFW. But I appreciate the warning anyway. Here we go. That's awesome. Feel free to stick around or go find more people to join us in the Pixelfy thing. I really appreciate you stopping by. Right. No, it's cool. No, we're on the internet, buddy. It's definitely a good idea if you don't want NSFW to tell people you don't want NSFW. And anybody who gets mad that you made that assumption hasn't been on the internet long enough. Oh, cool. Alright. Yeah, cool. Well, I'm going to jump back into Hades, but when I get off stream, I'm definitely going to go through and check out some of the other creators who are on here. That's really awesome. Congrats on its success. It looks like it's pretty poppin'. So yeah, I really appreciate the invite. I'm sure I will. Stay in touch. And obviously, if you want to stick around and keep talking, by all means. Okay.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the Tom Dark channel. I am your host, Tom Dark. Today we're going to be talking about Dark Viper AU. He's a YouTuber with 1.5 billion subscribers. It's a pretty big channel, and he does Grand Theft Auto content. That's his whole thing. But another thing he's very passionate about is reaction content. And by passionate, I mean he hates reaction content and has made countless videos. I want to say over 10 at this point, talking about his distaste for reaction content. We're talking about the exploitation that some reactors like XQC and Son Tiger enact on YouTubers when they watch their content.
You have a tendency to ask too many questions, boy.
With all the influence I have, I feel powerless
to
to stop
wonder
even this
silently
injustice,
instead.
and let's be real, it is far from the greatest injustice that exists. Social
Thanks,
systems
Pop.
value the already successful, regardless of how the success was obtained, and they make it easier for them to maintain and increase that success to the detriment of those who have yet to obtain it. I believed this to be true before I became rich and successful, and I believe it even more so now that I'm both. I despise such aspects of life, and react content to me is just one more example of it.
Dark
There is
Viper?
little I love more
Really?
than passionate people. To see these obscenely rich, lazy people reposting other people's videos at the speed of sound, spending just enough time to watch and say a few words, this isn't what content creation should be about.
And I was pretty much on his side. I think he was going a little optimistic about it with the like paragraphs on end and people's messages, but then again, I am the like
Oh, I was just
video guy,
sorry.
so
I was
really
talking
talk about
to
it anyway. It's
the
just
creator
different for me 'cause I read it off
on
the video instead of
Tom Dark's
DMing it to people. But the
video.
general sentiment of, like,
He was saying now that I'm
exclusivity,
successful, blah blah
I
blah,
agree,
and
he's a worm, end of story.
I don't
So why
think
am I
he's.
talking about Dark
He's.
Vipers?
I mean, he's
Why
more
is he
successful
in
than
the
me,
news?
obviously.
Well,
but
enter our next character, Chud Logic. You guys may remember Chud from when he covered the Super Mega situation. We actually ended up having a discussion on stream about it before I made my 2-hour-long video on the main channel, and he provided a lot of valuable insight.
Lex is a lying.
So Chud, being a bit of a talker, a poo stirrer, dude, that's foul. I need to stop saying things like that forever. A bit of a goofy guy, decided to talk about Dark Viper AU on his channel. Dark Viper had made this stream clip on his channel titled, "Am I Jealous of Jackson's Success with Credit Creators?" And in this video, he answered the question at hand and talked about the reaction.
So talk to me more about
The video was
Genshin
9 minutes
Impact.
long, got about 60,000 views, and he had some positive reception from his audience. I thought this was a mostly fine upload. I didn't really have any issues with it, honestly, at all. But Chud Logic did not like this video at all, and as a result, he made a 35-minute long response on his channel titled, "Dark Viper is seething about Jack's film stealing his thunder." Now, this video is a reaction to Dark Viper. Make no mistake, like, it is a reaction video. He watches the entire thing in full. But it's 35 minutes long. He adds a lot of commentary, and the original video was less than 10 minutes. So by that metric, about 26 minutes of the reaction is made up of commentary
Nice.
from Chud, where he transforms the original content.
Just sitting on his ass all day, spamming out as many as possible, releasing 10 videos a day. Like, Cyborg may be back.
Okay. I mean, how is... He's making this... I just don't think there's as much of a distinction as he's trying to make out there is. Sniper Wolf pumps out content too. Sniper Wolf, when she got a main channel demonetized because of the recent drama, like, uploaded an old video from a main channel onto a second channel to get another bite of the apple on it. Like, gee.
He has a lot of commentary where he repurposes what he originally said. It makes a new product, and it does not serve as a market
Perfect
replacement in my eyes.
catch.
That being
Let's
said,
go.
I'm not a legal expert. I can't tell you for sure if this is fair use. I'm certainly not as well read on it as someone like Dark Viper AU. And the main point of contention that some people have around this issue is the amount of content used. Chud used 100% of the original video within his original work. As a general rule, the more material you copy from the original, the less likely it is that your use will be considered a fair use. How much is too much? There's no hard and fast answer to that question. It depends on how much you need to accomplish your purpose.
Didn't
such as
really want
criticism,
the
commentary,
palm, but I mean it's
teaching,
better for
scholarship,
now,
or
I
research.
guess.
If you copied 5 paragraphs when 3 sentences would have sufficed, you probably took too much. On the other hand, copying entire works under some
Alright,
circumstances can qualify as fair
Doomstone.
use. So basically, if we read fair use law, we can see here that, like, it could be fair use, but I just can't say for sure. It hasn't been taken to court. I'm not the fair use expert. I think there's an argument maybe to be made from Chud Logic that under the fair use criteria, it's not technically, legally fair use. But honestly, I don't really care, because I'm somewhat critical of this part of fair use law. In my opinion, you should be able to play someone else's entire original work as long as you add to it. If you're reviewing an album, I think you should be able to play the entire album, every single second of it, so long as you're constantly adding commentary. If the viewer wants to go listen to that album,
I don't know.
alone,
What does
it's extremely easy to
constantly
find
adding
that on
commentary
YouTube for
mean,
free in the same
Tom?
way that they would see
You
a
can just
review.
say
But if they're
blah blah
watching your
blah,
review,
this dude's a
it's my belief
dumbass,
that they
blah
must
blah
want
blah.
more commentary, not just the commentary of the original piece. They want to see you react to it. I believe this part of fair use law is archaic and dumb when applied to YouTube. You know, things have changed a lot in the entertainment industry, but I digress. I don't know if Chud Logic's use is legally fair. I'm just saying, on a personal level, I would defend it and say that it shouldn't be struck down for any reason. You can disagree with that, you can agree, but that's just how I feel. Chud made this video where he called Dark Viper a spurg, basically, right? For 35 minutes, he called him a spurg.
He's such a bitter little man. That's just all I get from this, is this guy's a bitter little autistic freak. When there's been plenty of opportunities.
Man, there's nothing wrong with being autistic.
In a much more amenable way, in a much friendlier way, in a way that people are going to accept it more. But he's obsessed with this idea that, no, I've got it right, and actually pumping out massive DMs to other creators is the way to deal with it.
Video goes up, all is well, until November 11th, 2023, when Chud got notice that someone had tried to take down his video through YouTube's copyright system. And when he checks the email and notification he got, the name and email seems to line up with Dark Viper. But why would he do this? I mean, in my eyes, the video was transformative in nature. It changed the content at hand. Dark Viper and others had issues with streamers that don't add anything to the content they react to. Chud did add to the content in my eyes, and I see it as silly to file a DMCA takedown of his reaction when he consistently adds to the content that he reacts to. Thankfully, YouTube bounced this back, saying that they believe the content is actually fair use and they will not be taking down the content. Now, a lot of people are taking this as like evidence that it is fair use. Keep in mind, we still technically don't know because it hasn't been in the court of law. That's my understanding anyway. We can just kind of guess based on the fair use criteria. But what's more likely is that the takedown wasn't properly filled out with the information that YouTube wanted. I've had this happen to me before where someone will try to claim my video and they just don't fill out the form properly, so YouTube doesn't have enough information to, you know, think that my video isn't fair use, and therefore they say innocent until proven guilty, right? And to be honest, after reading the claim itself, this is either someone trying really hard to sound like Dark Viper, or it's just him because it is worded in a way that only he would say things. Now, I'm gonna try not to like make fun of this too much here, but it opens with saying, I have made particular study of fair use law. I have made particular study of fair use law. Like, come on. Tell me this isn't him, guys. Tell me you can't imagine that face using the word particular in the first sentence of anything. For example, I've read Haasendaw versus Klein. This is the Ethan Klein copyright case, by the way, from years ago, where Matt Haas tried to sue Ethan Klein for reacting to his stuff, and Ethan won in the end. Where's the Fair Use by the lawyer Jessica Vogel that covers all relevant precedent of fair use in America. I'm perfectly willing to hire a lawyer and argue this in court. If you reject this dispute, I will merely circumvent you and serve him myself. If you have not read either, feel free. By the way, this part of the claim is where you're supposed to write about like how your copyright was infringed. It's not supposed to be like where you talk about how you're knowledgeable. This is not where you write about how much you personally know about the subject of copyright law. He does write a bit more about that later, saying that Chud copied his thumbnail, did a watch party, and added commentary as he went. I mean, I don't know if it's legally transformative, but colloquially, in my opinion, if you react to a video and add a ton of commentary like Chud did, I mean, he like tripled the length of it. I think that's transformative. Maybe I'm crazy here, but I think, in my eyes, that is transformative. And then Dark Viper,
I don't disagree.
Allegedly, whatever, says that it does not fall under fair use. Now, once again, I can't tell you if this is fair use in a super legal sense. It would have to really go to court. But what I can say is that I find copyright takedowns of this nature to be pretty lame. Dark Viper has 1 million subscribers. Chud Logic has less than 50,000.
Oh shit! I didn't know Dark Viper had 1 million subscribers. Are you joking?
Now he's threatening a lawsuit, basically. To what end? What would that really do?
Why?
It's not like Dark Viper really lost anything from this particular video. Is this out of spite? Is it out of principle because he wants to be the
Fucking
long arm of
YouTubers.
Fair Doctrine? I really don't know. Well, a lot of people were wondering why Dark Viper filed this claim, myself included. So Nicholas Diorio decided to reach out to him via a super chat to see why he had filed this claim.
Hi Dark Viper, were you the one who filed the DMCA on Chud Logic's reaction to you? Just wanted to clarify if that was you and not an impersonator.
Nicholas, I know you're a historic star. I don't care.
Money. Time for Tiffany, maybe?
Now Nick is a historic stirrer. This is you can't argue with that. He's like a drama YouTuber, you know. I don't know what you expect. But he just asked why this claim was filed, and instead he got this totally weird sort of non-response. After that, Keemstar asked the same thing, to which he got his message deleted by moderators. Now to be clear, they later said this was a mistake because they didn't know this was the real Keemstar, but the weird dodging of this question by Dark Viper just comes across strange. Like this is giving me heebie-jeebies, so to speak, okay? Like if it wasn't him, why not just say it wasn't me? And he did actually acknowledge the super chat and just moved on playing.
Is it true you false flag Chud? I'm not a starter. I'm a respected journalist covering a major story.
Got him. Respected journalist covering
She won't like this.
a breaking story.
Oh my goodness, wow. What happened, Dark Viper? This is your thing, bro. This is your whole thing. This is your chance to take a stand and explain why you've chosen to DMCA me because I'm such a bad channel and apparently I'm doing this, I'm robbing you blind, apparently. But no, he doesn't want to answer all of a sudden. He doesn't want to engage with this. How many videos has this freak got on his channel about bigger creators reacting and f***ing banging on about this again and again and again?
Yeah,
But
Dark
now,
Viper's so
he's very
whiny. I didn't
quiet
know he
on the
was this
topic
big.
all of a sudden, isn't he? Very quiet indeed.
And in a subsequent video, Chud also explained his thoughts on his reaction to that video and how he thinks that while he did use the entire original video in his own, he also added to it quite a bit and made it transformative in his eyes.
How is the market for your original work affected by this use? There is no reason to watch the original if you have viewed the re-upload. All information and graphics have already been seen. So, I think this is arguable as to whether that's the case, because I don't know. I'm willing to kind of accept that, yeah, it is obviously the full 9-minute video that he uploaded. But like, what with the way it's been transformed and the way that I'm commentating and things like that, is it really like a replacement to the original work? Like, this is something where I think it's a bit uncertain as to how that would be viewed. Because yeah, it was a 9-minute video, and my edit of it was like between 35 and 40 minutes or something like that. So yeah, this is one factor. I'm not certain on that, you know. Legally, not sure what the situation would be, but I think that I would, you know, be willing to argue that there's a case to be made that isn't necessarily true.
My argument is like, if you're watching Chud Logic, then you're there for his take, right? If you wanted Viper's take, you can just like watch his channel and see what he says without Chud. I just don't see why the DMCA was necessary or reasonable at all. Like, even if you are like a big DMCA guy, right? Like, are you just gonna like DMCA every single clip someone posts of you on YouTube because it's not technically fair use? Like, what kind of precedent is this setting? Like, since then, Chud Logic has been going hard on Twitter, calling his fans insufferable freaks, pulling an old clip of Viper saying the gamer word that, according to Chud, he DMCA's off of YouTube. Here's a clip in which Dark Viper says
the N-word.
Seems like this hasn't been widely seen before. That's because Dark Viper allegedly DMCA'd the person who uploaded the clip to YouTube. To be clear, I don't personally care about the word. I just feel it demonstrates Dark Viper's willingness to use the DMCA system to take things down he doesn't like, rather than to remedy breaches of copyright. Here's evidence of the DMCA/copyright strike. And we can see here it does appear to have applied a strike to this person's channel. Unfortunately, Dark Viper has said before he won't talk in case it doesn't benefit him, and also has yet to respond to commentary on his DMCA apparently doesn't care about clips, as this obsessive fan points out. They replied to every tweet about Dark Viper yesterday. If that's so, why did the DMCA this clip? And Chud also posted an update saying that Dark Viper is currently undergoing tests for gay turbo AIDS.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
So hopefully all parties can get that sorted out. It's a pretty dark time, honestly, for the guy. Now, full disclosure, I wanted to find out what was up with this, so I tweeted at Dark Viper and I was like, hey, am I gonna get, you know, any response here? Like what's the deal? And I ended up super chatting him on live stream, asking as well, and he was like,
hey Tom, I sent you an email.
It's pretty short. I'm not gonna read it all out here because it just doesn't really matter, and also, like, I don't know, I just don't feel the need to show the email or anything. Basically, in the email, he says, sort of in a wraparound way, that it was him who filed the strike. One line I will read is him saying, no one else will be dumb enough to react to a video that says within it that the person doesn't like their content to be reacted to, let alone react to a dude with 10 hours of content explaining in specific detail that he doesn't like reaction content. So, you know, he never said in the email explicitly, I filed this, but from that line, I'm kind of led to believe that he probably is the one who filed it. Definitely is the one who filed it. So yeah, I mean, that's really the story now. I'm curious what you guys think. Like, do you think this is a justified DMCA claim? Are you guys, like, really on the side of fair use, or like just what the law explicitly says? Do you want the video down? Do you think it should be back up? My personal opinion is it should be back up, and it did go back up, but once again, my personal opinion is, like, this DMCA takedown never should have been filed in the first place. I think it's dumb, it's silly, it's stupid. Yeah, that's how I feel about that. I don't really hate Dark Viper. I'm not a hater, but I just see this thing kind of going under the radar, and I wanted an explanation, and I wanted other people to know. I guess now you guys kind of have one. If there's some other reasoning or something I'm missing, if this is like 5D chess on Dark Viper's part, if this was some other copyright troll and he actually didn't file it and this like cryptic email is just not real or anything, then I'll make an updated video talking about that. We can put this whole thing to bed. If he ends up suing Shud Logic, that would be crazy, and you know, I'll probably talk about that. I don't think it's gonna happen though. But as far as I can tell, no reasonable person would file a DMCA claim. A 35-minute reaction to a 9-minute clip that had like 10,000 views. It didn't really steal anything from Dark Viper. He didn't really lose anything from this video. The only thing that happened is Chud called him a spurg and talked to him, right? Which is like, it's not nice, but I don't think it should warrant a DMCA claim. Kind of wears me out, bruh. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed watching this video. Make sure to stay skibbity
button, da da.
Skibbity button, da da.
Stay rizzed, and I will see you all tomorrow. Yeah, bye. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
The trans athlete is going to do a lot to like foster a lot of really bad.
Alright. Be right back. Give me like 3 to 5. I gotta pee and grab a snack. Be right back. Alright, be right back, y'all. I'm gonna put on, let's see. song is called Two Roads.
So hard to smile. I think I'll follow you at least another mile and hold it down. But won't you all the while? All the while. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Could you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. And I wonder now if you knew somehow I was following behind. I'm on a cloud to help me write down this song of mine. You hold your head down, 'cause it's always on your mind. It's always on your mind. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Could you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. You should say anything I can do for you. Should say anything I can do for you. Should say anything I can do for your love. 'Cause for love you're gonna need two roads have crossed. I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Would you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. So I want for my life to have love is all.
That's a very, very old song.
I don't know yet. Though you know what? You shouldn't.
Super old tune that I used to play back in the day.
Take my word for it. You should take his.
Now back to Alien.
Hey everyone, it's Alien. So today we're going to cover what I think are the most overpowered builds for each respective weapon. Now when I say overpowered, I really mean what is the craziest amount of damage we can output quickly, thus trivializing other mechanics in the game. A lot of these builds are going to get really specific, Ledge does, which makes your dash strikes getting into mirror. Now when I say overpowered, I really mean Hey everyone, it's Alien. So today we're going to cover what I think are the most overpowered builds for each respective weapon. Now when I say overpowered, I really mean what is the craziest amount of damage we can output quickly, thus trivializing other mechanics in the game. A lot of these builds are going to get really specific and may not necessarily be easy to obtain. In fact, almost all of them will require at least one specific Daedalus Hammer upgrade. If you want to find more information on builds that are easier to use or simpler to obtain, check out my top 6 easiest builds video up here in the top right. Now, I won't be getting into mirror options very much here unless I think it's really important to the build, so just use your best judgment, and I recommend opening the codex in-game if you're not familiar with some of the boons that I mentioned. I'll also be providing links to videos of runs that fit these builds best in the description in case you want to see the build in more detail. Of course, this is just my opinion, and I just wanted to have some fun with this, but I'd love to hear what your favorite overpowered builds are myself, so please comment below.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Starting off, I've chosen the aspect to Nemesis for the sword. This was sort of a tough decision because Arthur is the king of chunks, but at the end of the day, I think Nemesis can have a higher top end of damage output, and it's a bit easier to operate. The overall strategy is to get our dash strikes to deal Mongo damage from boons and hammers while praying to our boy Hermes to give us some extra dashes. Here's what you'll need at a minimum: double-edge hammer upgrade, deadly strike, greatest reflex, and heart run. The most unfortunate thing about this build is the fact that no other hammer upgrade really even comes close to what double edge does, which makes your dash strikes hit twice and deal 30% extra damage. This also means that the second hammer for this build isn't super important, but either a breaching slash or piercing wave can work. Note that shadow slash does not affect your dash strikes though, so don't bother taking that. Now we can sit here all day and argue about which pretty lady we should let bless our attack boon slot, but at the end of the day, there isn't a huge difference, and taking Artemis first usually leads into Heart Rend a little more easily. Grabbing Hunter's Dash from Artemis at the next opportunity helps a ton too. One of the keys to this build is to take all of the Chaos Gates. Chaos has better odds of helping this build than many others because we benefit from both dash strike and attack damage, which also affects your dash strikes. So here's a general sequence of events you might hope to have happen to get this build going. Get Artemis's attack, then double edge from the hammer, then Aphrodite's special boon, plus dashes from Hermes, heart run from either Artemis or Aphrodite, and all that chaos. A cast build for us, Eagle Brain Gentleman of Leisure. I actually almost listed a simple flurry jab build for Achilles here, since that gets pretty insane as well, but I had to remind myself that this video is for builds that basically make the game play itself. Thus, Hunting Blades. First off, you could probably use either Infernal Soul or Stygian Soul for this, but if you're going to use Stygian, you have to pray to our Lord and Savior Chaos to get you an extra cast as quick as. This might seem like a lot to ask, but if you just find a start with Chaos in either Chamber 1 or 2, you can hit give up until they behave and give you what you want without using too many rerolls.
They're already expecting you. Which one, Elysium?
Now let's go over exactly what you want and need for this. Slicing Shot, Deadly Strike, Hunting Blades, Engulfing Vortex, Vicious Cycle, Black Metal, Pressure Point, Support Fire, Fully Loaded, Viewers who hit the like and subscribe buttons, Hunter's Mark, Ravenous Will, Auto Reload, Bad News.
I'll be needing that.
Okay, so there are a lot of boons that can help this build, but the reality is that you really just mostly need Hunting Blades and maybe the Ares Legendary for fun. After that, it's just a simple strategy of 1, get the Achilles buff going, and 2, set your Beyblades to maximum spinach.
Much nicer climate.
Alright, somebody needs to explain to me what
It's no
in the
lie,
fuck
Beowulf
a
chunks like no other
Beyblade
and still a
is,
lot of fun
bro.
while doing it. First off, the best hammer for this has to be Charge Shot with its insane base damage of 80, no matter how long you charge it for. The fact that it penetrates shields at enemies is just gravy, and oh yeah, you're basically a cannon shooting explosions at enemies now. Some runner-ups could be Sudden Rush or Ferocious Guard, which are fine, since luckily for this build, I wouldn't say that Charge Shot is required. Now, there are actually a few possibilities for using a cast, but remember, this is about getting the most overpowered build ever. Having said that, I think Trippy Flare offers the highest damage ceiling, but will require you to take Stygian Soul for recharging casts, and thus are gambling on getting at least 1 additional cast from Chaos yet again. Just 1 extra cast is definitely enough, and the insane base damage of Trippy Flare will carry us the rest of the way. Now, we gotta pump up that cast damage by pouring Palms into it while also looking for some nice boons to coincide. Deadly Strike, Splash Dash, and especially Mirage Shot are the main wants here. Getting auto reload from Hermes and then leading into Bad News can be absolutely insane with this too. probably about time that I mention what we call the Hyper Delivery combo. That's Hyper Sprint plus Rush Delivery from Hermes. This combo will increase your damage by 50 to 100% depending on the rarities, and is really never wrong to take, especially in a build where extra dashes won't be very beneficial. But most importantly, this combo allows us to get big number. So always consider going for this if you're looking for more damage.
What? Dude, where in the fuck?
This was definitely my hardest decision across all the weapons. Rama isn't exactly an easy aspect to play, but I do think it has the most burst potential. Something like Chiron might be easier to play and will accomplish almost the same goal, but it ain't gonna chunk those sisters in one hit, baby. You're definitely going to want triple shot right out of the gate, but if you don't feel like resetting forever, then you could probably accept twin shot as well. The best second hammer has to be point blank shot with perfect shot close behind. It definitely takes some practice to perform those power shots with Rumba, but once you get it down, mamma mia, that's a spicy tomato. The strategy is to apply shared suffering to your targets, then get up nice and close and give them a triple taste of terror. It's usually a bit overkill on smaller enemies, but on bosses, getting a point-blank power shot will allow all three shots to land on the one target and send them to Melt City. Of course, you're going to want to put our favorite god with the thickest thighs on your attack. I'm talking about Dio. No, it's just Artemis. Needless to say, crits are just super powerful in Hades, so it's almost never wrong to build around them. Some good supplemental boons are Heartrend after getting Aphrodite's special for dash, and maybe some chaos boons to boost our attack or dash strike damage. Besides that, this build doesn't need much, but depending on specific hammers to show up, it is always a gamble. Merciful End. Of course you had to wriggle your way into this video at some point, you absolute monster. This build is honestly centered more around the dual boon and less around the weapon, but it fits perfectly because the fists have a lot of mobility and allow you to dance around the map while applying doom to everything. We're using Demeter Fist because, well, the other aspects kind of don't help Merciful End very much. In fact, Demeter aspect doesn't do a ton for it either, but it can potentially help you while your build is coming together. As for hammers, the best is probably Explosive Upper, just for some chunky AoE while waiting for Merciful End to appear. After that, hammers like Breaching Cross or Long Knuckle are always nice, but definitely not required. Here's what you need to have happen. Get Ares' attack, find wherever the hell Athena is hiding and take her special boon, then get Merciful End from either of those gods, then get Athena's dash to utilize Merciful End more easily, then hopefully get Impending Doom from Ares, then buy a new controller when you realize none of these things have happened and suddenly you're playing a Zeus Call build instead.
Love. Well fought.
Honestly, I don't love Merciful End because it's so darn hard to get going, and often when you do, you're almost done with a run. There's no denying the insane damage output from it when you instantly trigger those juicy Doom stacks, and thus it makes the list.
I can imagine it clear as water, nephew.
Now, before we move on to our final build, I just want to give a quick shout out to all the amazing content you're missing out on twitch.tv/Alien. Just take a look at this clip and see for yourself. There's no denying the insane. Now, before we move on to our final build, I just want to give a quick shout out to all the amazing content you're missing out on twitch.tv/Alien. Just take a look at this clip and see for yourself. Wow, talk about top shelf quality content right there. Come on over and say hi sometime. This build is probably not a big surprise to most. Cluster Rockets is the tippity-toppity, tasty, tantalizing titular. Cluster Rockets are just pure insanity when it comes to OP builds, but it also requires two specific hammers to get going. We're going to be using Ares Rail for that juicy 75% damage boost, and there is a slight edge to picking Cluster Bomb from your first hammer since it locks out Triple Bomb from appearing on the second, thus slightly improving your odds of seeing Rocket Bomb then. Of course, you're going to want to put Best Girl on your special for this for more crit action. While you're waiting for your hammer combo to come together, it's definitely best to put Zeus on your attack for that insane AoE control with Chain Lightning, and Splash Dash just ices the cake. I'll be honest, this build doesn't really need Cluster Rockets to be good because it's already crazy, but look at those explosions, my dude! If you're curious what else you should be looking for after that, there's always the Hyper Delivery combo we mentioned, but boons like Zeus's Aid and Billowing Strength are pretty nuts as well. I'm glad that Hades has at least one really broken combo like this, because you can't really plan to get it every time, but God, it feels good when you do. Alright everybody, that's it. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed this video, since it lets me know what you guys like to see on my channel. Also, be sure to come on over to twitch.tv/alien and tell me what you think. Thanks everybody, and have a beautiful day.
What is this? Is it Discord?
In Greek mythology, Sisyphus managed to cheat death multiple times before being condemned to roll a boulder up a mountain for all eternity. He really thought he could get away with it too, making a fool of the gods and living forever. It's amazing that he was able to get as far as he did, and he probably even had a little fun doing it. But despite his cleverness, he was eventually caught by Zeus, and his punishment in the underworld never ceased. Every time he thought his goal was about to be reached, the boulder would cascade down the mountain again, and the torment would begin anew. The most ingenious part of the punishment of Sisyphus is that there was always the faintest glimmer of hope.
Hades has one of the most comprehensive and well-balanced difficulty systems ever seen in the roguelike genre. The modular heat system gives control back to the player to allow them to decide how they want to be punished. But this kind of system comes at a price. In order to give players enough variety, the developers needed to add more packed options than were actually reasonably possible to beat. So what does happen when you max out the heat gauge in Hades, and why has no one beaten it yet? Hello, my name's Halion, and I cover Hades and other roguelike games here on this channel, and today we're going to talk about the Pact of Punishment and how the developers accidentally created an impossible challenge that no one has truly beaten almost 3 years later. I spoke with members of the high heat community and discussed what makes it just so difficult, and also what does it take to actually beat a run like this. First, let's talk about the pact and overall setup. The maximum heat you can have in Hades is 64 if you're using a Hell Mode save file, so that's what we'll be discussing today. Hell Mode adds the personal liability pact, but otherwise doesn't change anything else about this particular challenge. What builds are viable here though? Which weapon and aspect should you use if you attempt this? Well, within the high heat Hades community, it has been determined that your best chance at success would be to use the shield and aspect of Zeus. There's really no point in even trying to use anything else, and we'll kind of talk about why that is the case later on. Charging up to block while also throwing out the spinny special is going to be your bread and butter here to beat enemies. You're also going to need Zeus's special boon for this to work at all. The special on aspect of Zeus triggers continuously while floating in the air, allowing Zeus's lightning damage to trigger each time. It's great in a casual run if you haven't tried it yet, but for 64 heat, it is the bare minimum. Explosive Return is going to be our go-to hammer because of the large AoE and high base damage that it has. No other hammer really provides enough to be viable at all, so I'm afraid this is going to be mandatory. And even then, you're going to need another major source of damage eventually from boons like Static Discharge, Zeus's Aid, or Dionysus's Aid. Or more likely, you're probably going to need 2 out of 3 of those boons actually. And we're not even going to bother to mention really nice to have boons like Athena's Dash here, just because, well, it's just a lot to ask for and you'll see why. So why are these mandatory exactly? Well, it mostly comes down to tight deadline. You see, you can't just turtle the whole thing out and slowly whittle away at the enemies since you only get 5 minutes per zone. You're required to kill them quickly and efficiently, which means that you need a lot of damage. Tight deadline means that you cannot simply get whatever the game gives you and do your best with it. You actually need the game to offer you specific things that are going to do some work. If the deadline runs out, you start taking 5 damage a second every second until you clear the current zone. So after speaking with the community, we all agreed that this build setup is the bare minimum necessary to have a chance at beating 64 heat. And by the way, they all agreed that an epic special boon from Zeus is required as well to start out. Keep in mind that this bare minimum build that I'm discussing here isn't a safe way to beat 64 heat. You're actually going to need a ton more stuff on top of this, but this is a good way to get started, I guess you could say. Well, let's take a break from the build to remind ourselves of some of the problems with 64 heat. First, you cannot heal at all because of lasting consequences. The closest thing to it would be to get some max health, which will also increase your current health. You also have no death defiances or a stubborn defiance because of routine inspection, and you cannot purchase or find any like you normally would. That means that if you get hit at all, you will never get that health back. Enemies also hit 100% harder, move and attack 40% faster, have more health, they have 2 shields because of damage control. Oh, and also, you only got 1 dash, 1 cast, and 50 health. Now, some people have beaten 64 heat by either routing out a run using a seed or by using some mods to guarantee some boons. This is incredibly impressive, and these runners really should be applauded for their accomplishments. Honestly, there have only been 2 players that have actually beaten a modded 64 heat run, and both of those happened this year. These players are absolute powerhouses at the game, and they really deserve our recognition for it. Now, most of these modded players will simply make the game guarantee getting the special boon and maybe explosive return to reduce the number of resets that are going to happen. However, that's probably not what we have in mind when we think of someone beating 64 heat. We'd like to imagine that there is some player out there that will make the best of a bad situation and overcome the massive hurdle with their own skill. But there is a lot more to overcome before you can even start discussing skill levels. Enter approval process. You see, with approval process on, you will no longer be able to select boons or hammers and will simply be forced into one option. This inherently means that you are now required to get very lucky in order to even stand a chance against this heat. One of the reasons that this pact impacts the run so significantly is that the number of attempts required to get even a run started skyrockets with it on. This, coupled with some other packs such as routine inspection that will remove your rerolls and every other benefit from the mirror, mean that you have almost no chance of getting meaningful boons. This leads into the biggest problem with this challenge, which is the sheer number of attempts and time it takes to even begin playing. You see, in order to prove that your run is not seeded, you'll need to show a death in your recording. And if your run is off to a bad start, then you'll need to take a death in order to reset the seed. Simply hitting give up from the menu will not work since the next run will actually start with the same seed. This results in you needing to walk back from the blood pit to the pact to start a new run, which might not seem crazy, but I think it's finally time to bring something important into this equation: math. So let's go back to our requirements to get a run started. Step 1, we need Zeus's special boon, and we need it to be epic. Let's assume that you're going to start your attempts with Zeus's keepsake because rolling a natural epic Zeus special without it is a 0.15% chance for your first boon at this heat. So when you start a run in Hades, there's a 25% chance of a hammer being in chamber 1 instead of a boon. But for simplicity, let's leave that out of the equation just for now, and let's assume that you'll only get a boon in Chamber 1. You're guaranteed to get offered one of 4 core boons since it's your first boon: the attack, special, cast, or dash. We have to get the special, so that means it's a 1 in 4 or 25% chance with approval process on. But remember, we need the boon to be epic as well, which is a 15% chance when you're wearing Zeus's keepsake. These 2 factors alone mean that you only have a 3.75% chance of getting the necessary boon. To put that into perspective, only 3 or 4 out of 100 attempts would even leave Chamber 1 because of this restriction. So let's go back to the hammer. So if you do get a hammer drop in Chamber 1, we have to get explosive return in order to have enough damage to beat the deadline. There are 9 possible hammer options for Zeus's aspects, so that's a 1 in 9 chance of being able to leave Chamber 1 if there was a hammer. But then you'd still be required to get that Zeus special after hitting that 11% chance for explosive return. These 2 upgrades might be enough to leave Tartarus assuming everything else goes right, but eventually you're gonna need some more stuff. The top picks are Static Discharge, Zeus's Aid, or Dionysus's Aid in order to get anywhere near enough damage to clear the enemies quickly enough. Now this gets a little bit harder to calculate, and this might be more of an estimate, but I'm sure you can imagine what that might look like if there was only a 1 in 8 chance of seeing a specific god. And even if you do run into, let's say, Dionysus with no other boons filled in yet, the odds of getting the call at that point are about 9.5%. And you're probably not going to have a single reroll. So let's recap a tiny bit here. We need to get an Epic Zeus special, and we need Explosive Return from a Hammer room, all before the end of Tartarus. There are many more things that would actually need to happen as well, such as not dying, but the odds of having just these 2 things happen are only 0.416%. This means that only 1 in 240 attempts would actually give you the bare minimum to maybe leave Tartarus. If we want to try to factor in getting a second source of damage that we discussed before the end of Asphodel, the odds turn out to be somewhere around 1 in 1,700 attempts. So, of course, for this video, I did the only sane thing that a person would do, and I did many attempts and timed it all. It took about 45 seconds to reach the pact again after a false start, and that's only if you're being really efficient, honestly. Only 1 in 27 runs will actually leave Chamber 1, which means that you'll get to leave Chamber 1 once every 20 minutes or so. But even after Chamber 1, we're gonna need more like we discussed. Let's say you got the Epic Zeus boon in Chamber 1. We're still gonna need Explosive Return, and we need it fast. This is a bit tougher to figure out, but let's say that you run into the hammer about 5 minutes into a run where you did get that special boon. I would say this is actually quite generous, since the few attempts I did even see a hammer were well past the 5-minute mark. Once you see the hammer, you have a 1 in 9 chance of getting Explosive Return. With all things factored in, you'll only get an Epic Zeus special and Explosive Return every 3 hours and 45 minutes if you play non-stop. And then keep in mind that this is the bare minimum to leave Tartarus. Now, I did get a run about halfway through Asphodel with a common Zeus special and no Explosive Return, but with the timer encroaching, you could tell it wasn't going much further. I was actually quite lucky in some ways too. We saw Boldy, Thanatos, and a Fountain Room in that run already. But just because a build was able to reach this point, it does not mean that it had the strength to beat the run. Now, I know what you're thinking, that it's still possible without all these specific things, and maybe you're right. But as someone who has pushed the heat limits, trust me when I say that the reality of this is actually even more grim than what I'm painting here. You just need way more luck than just what I've listed. Even if your dreams come true and you get all the boons you want, you're nowhere near guaranteed to have the luck required to win. You're going to need things like fountain rooms, event rooms, Thanatos, and good enemy patterns are massive here to even stand a chance at surviving tight deadline. Let's say you beat the odds and manage to get a strong build going. Maybe you don't get everything on the list, but you're feeling good and manage to blow out Lerny. You will then enter the Pit of Despair, Elysium. This is where hope and joy go to die at 64 heat. The soul spawns will absolutely devastate whatever time you may have managed to save up until this point, and getting unlucky enemy spawns like endless bright swords just mean game over. Even Paddy can't save us since 2 of his buffs do literally nothing, and the 3rd is really mediocre with this build. But if you somehow scrounge your way through and surpass Elysium, expunge the heroes, and wave hello to our good shade, there is one more inescapable doom still waiting for you. The Satyr's Sack. There are no tricks, no tips, no secrets to getting the sack. There are a lot of superstitions out there around it, but the sad truth is, it is a simple 56.8% chance of getting the sack on the second path. Essentially a coin flip at the end of a miserable run. Maybe you could have saved enough time to take 3 paths if you had to, but realistically, no. Just no. And if we factor this into our current odds, our chances get reduced to 0.236%, or a measly 1 in 422 attempts. And then, even then, if you manage to get past this hellscape, then you still have the ultimate challenge left, Super Dad. You're going to need a solid 4 to 5 minutes to beat him, even with an ideal setup, and that means you'll have to have saved a huge chunk of time throughout the run. You'll also be at the mercy of some terrifying mob summons in Phase 1. If you get bad luck and Hades decides to summon 3 butterfly balls, it's over. You're going to have to execute every block, every special, every cast perfectly. Not just to avoid being damaged, but to also deal enough damage. Some of the factors calculated in, the odds of getting a run that is even plausible is about 0.0147%, or 1 in 6,802 attempts. Even if you only use the 45 seconds to reset in Chamber 1 as an example, that's 1 plausible run every 85 hours worth of attempts. Is it possible? Yes. Is it reasonable? Absolutely not. Is there someone out there willing to put in the painstaking work, the endless amounts of hours, the blood, the sweat, the tears? I hope so. I'd like to thank the Hades High Heat community for helping me out with this video. Special shout outs to Seagull and Angelic especially. If you're interested in more roguelike content, please consider subscribing, and I promise cute cat photos will appear. Thanks again. See you later. This time.
What's up, everybody? It's Halion, and I'm finally doing what so many people have asked me to do, and I'm making at least one tier list. We're gonna do all the weapon aspects in Hades, all 24 of them. We're kind of gonna break down how I feel about them, and then also, you know, maybe discuss, you know, the usage cases and how they're good in different situations and things like that. Now, when comparing the different aspects, I'm mostly gonna consider things like casual use and maybe like how high the heat you can comfortably go with that particular weapon aspect. I'm gonna think a little bit about speed, but not probably too much. I'm gonna think a little bit about the fun factor for sure, probably a lot about the fun factor, honestly. And just how much variety the aspect can actually give you, or is it just kind of, you get one thing, you use the one thing, and that's all it can really do. Alright, if you're not already, make sure you hit the subscribe button below, throw a like and a comment if you don't mind on it, and let's get started, okay? Alright, we're gonna do one weapon at a time, so we're gonna start with sword, and then go spear, and then shield. I think that's best just because then we can compare the different aspects within the same weapon, and kind of compare when would you want to use one aspect over another if you just want to do, say, a sword run, okay? So we got aspect of Zagreus for the sword over here for you from the wiki. So the baseline of what it does is it gives you more attack speed and more move speed depending on what level it is. Now all the Zag aspects are only 5 Titan Blood. And honestly, if you're a new player and you're wondering where to spend your Titan Blood, 5 Titan Blood is really so little in comparison to the other aspects that it's hard to just not recommend upgrading all of those first a little bit. Unless, of course, you just really like the sound of one, or you saw a cool run by someone else using a particular one that you're interested in. But 5 Titan Blood is so little, and you can get up their power level up pretty quickly. However, there are some traps, and I think aspect of Zagreus for the sword might kind of be one of them. So what I mean is, bonus attack speed and move speed is not great with the sword. Generally, with the sword, you want to be dash striking a lot, throwing out specials and things like that. Doing the full sword combo, you know, just mashing the A button or X button, I don't even know what it is, over and over and getting that you know, swing thrust combo going is not a great way to succeed with a sword, I've found. It's kind of hard to actually win just using the full sword combo, I think, most of the time without using the majority dash strikes instead. Move speed is what it is. It's okay, you know, 15%, it's something. The main usages here, I'd say, for aspect of Zagreus on the sword is probably if you think or hope you're gonna get Flurry Slash, because then you can just hold down the attack button, and that's a lot of fun, I think. There's some other really niche cases, maybe. I'm thinking maybe Curse Slash to get more health recovery, but it's kind of hard, you know? I don't think Zag Sword is very good overall, honestly, in any form. You know, it's cheap is really its only thing, but it doesn't really do anything better, and you'll find out why I don't think very highly of it when we talk about the next aspect. So I think this is a pretty easy ranking for me. It's gonna have to go at the bottom, you know. But the thing is, you gotta keep in mind, like, it being a Zag aspect and only costing 5 Titan Blood, as a new player, like, I would almost want to give it a C, but not in this case, I think. Not in this case. Alright, next up in the sword, we got Aspect of Nemesis here. So, for 3 seconds after you use your special, your attack may deal critical damage. And if you don't know, critical damage is actually incredibly powerful in Hades, as is in most action RPGs, probably. But what's special in Hades compared to other games is it actually does triple the damage, not just double, which you might see in most other games or something like that. And there's definitely a lot of supplementary boons and modifiers to make the critical hits either hit harder or hit more often. So criticals are incredibly good. So just reading the fact that you can get some crits out of this is really powerful. So you get 30% crit chance at max level on Nemesis for 3 seconds after using your special. Now, the attack pattern you'd probably want to use with this is to dash strike twice, or however many dashes you might have if you get extra from Hermes. Dash strike twice into the enemy, use your special, rinse and repeat. That way you always keep up that additional crit damage, and you don't really lose out any downtime in dealing damage. It's not super safe, but none of the sword builds, I'd say, are super safe in that sense, because you got to be in melee range and stuff like that. But it's a pretty powerful attack combo, and it just always works, honestly. And just adding so much more damage to it, it just does what Zag's sword can't really. You know, it actually adds more damage to what the attack pattern you want to use does, you know what I mean? So it's 15 Titan's Bloods, that's not that bad. And not only that, but if you look at the levels, at level 1, it's 15%. So I'd recommend Nemesis Sword. Like, if you're thinking about where to spend your Titan's Blood, Nemesis Sword should just come first. If you're just looking for some straight gameplay from the sword, I gotta say. It's a very powerful aspect overall, I'd say. Within the sword realm, it's probably the highest damage output. It's not super safe because you gotta get up close and personal to enemies. Not a ton of hammers really work, but I think that's just sort of a sword problem in general, that not many hammers really do help a lot. You know, or rather, there's a lot of dud hammers with the sword, I'd say, but that's another video probably. So for rankings, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, honestly. So again, I'm thinking mostly from someone playing 15, 20 heat. How easy is it to succeed with Nemesis Sword is the question, you know, for a fairly average / new player. And I guess my answer is it's still pretty dangerous. You kind of need Athena's Dash as a new player to use this well and safely, I'm gonna say. So I think this is a pretty good A slot. I don't think anything's gonna reach S with the sword, honestly, but that's okay. You know, that's just how it's gonna be. Yeah, Nemesis, great aspect. It's a lot of fun to play. It does just kind of feel like you're one-tricking a little bit, but I guess that's how it goes for the different aspects and why there's so many different kinds. All right, next up we got Aspect of Poseidon. This is sort of the cast aspect for the sword. Your special dislodges cast from foes, and it gives you passive cast damage 10 to 50%. It's unfortunate it starts as low as 10%, so it costs 16 Titan's Blood, so it's pretty much the same as Nemesis. It's pretty good. I mean, we've had sort of this rise in the meta for a lot of Hades players where certain cast aspects have become very, very powerful, it's apparent. And Aspect of Poseidon kind of got left by the wayside a little bit and kind of forgotten about, I think. And because some other ones just kind of hit the light a little bit harder, such as Beowulf Aspect, namely, I'd say. Nevertheless, I think it actually works really well. The fact that it's passive cast damage is just really nice in terms of at least usage. It doesn't make it a super interesting aspect because of that, but what does make it interesting is the dislodge, which is a lot of fun. Now, there is that issue that some casts just don't dislodge, you know, they just get thrown out there like Slicing Shot or Trippy Shot, you know? So it doesn't really help there, but at least you still have that passive cast damage. I think this works best with something like, you know, Electric Shot feels nice. I think Crush Shot pairs pretty well with Aspect Poseidon. It's a lot of fun. Is it gonna make the game easy? I actually kind of don't think so. I think this is actually a tougher aspect to win with because 50% cast damage is good, but it's not quite enough to like carry all the way to the end easily. I think it's the game's not gonna be that easy. But what's great about it is that it has a lot of variety. Any aspect that generally makes good use of all the different casts in the game is just great for variety in the game. And it does add a lot to the fun factor, I think. It's tough to say, but I think I'm gonna throw it in a B for now. It's a high B at the least, I'm gonna say. It's probably top tier B at the very least. And again, the reasoning is, I think it's actually kind of a tough aspect to use well. And it doesn't work very well with every cast, and I think it's still actually kind of hard if you're getting up in the heats to beat the game with it a little bit. Whereas Nemesis is just much more straightforward and just has a higher power level, basically. Next up, we have Aspect of Arthur. You have Holy Excalibur, and you get plus 50 health to your life total. You also drop down an aura when you use your special that makes you take less damage when you're in it. It slows down enemy projectiles, and it disables traps. I think that's one of the coolest effects we actually have in the game that just is very different from most other things. It's a super chunky aspect, you know, your attack is slow but heavy, you know, it deals a lot of damage, but it comes out very, very slowly. It's definitely not great for beginners, I'd say, because it's kind of hard to get used to. Like, Hades is a pretty fast-paced game, I'd describe it, and Arthur kind of goes against some of the natural elements you might feel. But you can use it to great effect, and it's pretty good from a safety standard. I don't know if the special aura actually does a whole lot to make it that more powerful. I think it's mostly just the fact that the attacks are so chunky, and you get plus 50 health. I think those are the main bonuses for Arthur here. It definitely pairs well with, you know, lots of different boons, really. You can kind of just get it going with almost any attack boon that is at least a percentage base. So it's pretty good. I think it's pretty safe. It does, you know, it's a hidden aspect, so it costs a lot of Titan's Blood. Luckily, the scaling doesn't matter that much because it just increases the damage reduction from the aura, so that's not a big deal. So if you unlock this and you just have a level 1 Arthur, you still get plus 50 health, and the attack is still chunky as all heck. So it's pretty good, at least from that standpoint, you know. So Arthur's kind of tough. It's, for me, personally, I've heard a lot of people love it, a lot of people have fun with it. For me, the slow, chunky attack kind of degrades the fun for me. Like, something about it, it's kind of hard to put my fingers on. You know, you're just swinging wildly at enemies with this huge AoE swing, and it's okay. I think I'm gonna have to put it as what's probably gonna wind up as a low B. I don't think it's quite C material, but I think part of the issue is that not a lot of the hammers make it more interesting than just the base version of Arthur. And it just kind of feels like it's always the same run a little bit when you take Arthur and you're just trying to get big numbers with the attack, essentially. Thus, I just don't have that much fun with it, I'd say. Alright, we are now moving on to Spear. So first we got the aspect of Zag for the Spear. Your special damage, range, and speed is all increased from 10 to 25%, depending how much Titan's Blood that you've used. Now, it's only 5 Titan's Blood for a Zag aspect, so it's hard to, you know, belittle it too much, I think. But Zag Spear is one of those aspects that it's really one of a kind in a way, in the sense that it's really, I think it's kind of unique in the sense that if you walk into Tartarus with Zag aspect on the Spear and you don't have any hammer, you're not having fun, probably. Like, it's super slow. Throwing the special and pulling it back is just really clunky. It doesn't feel fluid, and the extra damage, range, and speed just doesn't feel like enough, is what I'd say. You know. Now, having said that, some hammers actually make it really fun and pretty amazing, I'd say. The number one being Exploding Launcher, which just turns your special throw into an exploding spear. It's just really powerful, makes it really fun. There's not much else. There's some kooky stuff out there with the hammers, I guess you could say. You could actually just totally ignore the bonus of the aspect and just try to get the Flurry Jab hammer, which is just really overpowered is the problem, I'd say, with that one, really. So whether or not you should invest Titan's Blood in Aspect of Zag for the spear, probably not, you know. Is it fun? It can be. The problem is if you get stuck with a bunch of spin hammers and you're kind of out in the middle of nowhere with you're in a canoe without a paddle or something like that, you know? You're gonna be flailing and the game's gonna trudge along, and I just don't think it's gonna be a lot of fun, basically. Spins are unique, but we'll talk a little bit more about that soon, I think. Now, having said that, I don't think it's quite as bad as Zag's sword, because at least it feels like we have some unique and different options that are kind of specific to Zag's spear. Like I said, like exploding launcher and stuff like that. It just feels like everything that Zag's sword does, Nemesis does better. Whereas Zag's spear, at least, like, there are some situations where, oh, I got this boon and that hammer, it would be best if I had Zag's spear, you know? So at least there's that going on for it, but otherwise, like, it's not very fun, and it's not very interesting, I'd say. Alright, next up we have Aspect of Achilles. Now, this is probably the most interesting aspect out of the spear, I'm gonna say. After your special, you can retrieve your spear with Raging Rush. So what is it talking about here? You throw the spear with the special, you hit the special button again, and you sort of teleport / quickly dash toward wherever the spear had landed, and you get this big bonus. It's a big bonus. So it starts at 50% and scales all the way up to 150%, depending on the ranking here. So it's for the next 4 attacks or casts, or a combination of whichever. And you do have to charge your special a little bit to determine where to throw it, but I don't think that's a big deal. Now, this is sort of the main power point for Achilles, because up to 150% additional cast damage or attack damage is a lot. It is a ton. That is a huge bonus. Remember Poseidon's sword, it was only 50%. I know it's passive, but still, you can pretty much keep up this damage bonus a lot of times with enough practice. It's probably the #1 aspect to just output big numbers with cast moves, I'd say. You know, one of the best things to pair us with is probably Electric Shot from Zeus, because that's a cast boon that normally does not have a very high power level, but it has a nice effect where it changes to enemies. By having an extra 150% cast damage, it really takes it to another level where it's actually gonna clear stuff very quickly. There's also quite a few hammers that just work really nice here. I already brought up Flurry Jab. It just kind of makes the aspect really fun, and it works with quite a few aspects. I'm thinking even the ones that, so this works pretty well with casts that don't lodge, you know, namely Crystal Beam, of course. Like, this has to be the best one for that, and probably for some of the other aspects, some of the other casts, especially the ones that don't lodge there. So it's a really nice aspect overall. It's probably my most fun and favorite out of the spear, 100% actually. That's pretty easy. It has a very high power level. I think it's fun to play. Is it S-worthy? I'm gonna say probably not. I'm gonna put it above Nemesis Sword because I think that it has a bit more variety to it in terms of gameplay than Nemesis Sword. I don't think it's quite S. I don't think it's quite S tier though, because S tier means it just has amazing survivability, I think, even as a new player, and I don't think it quite has that yet. Next up, we have Aspect of Hades. Oh boy. Your spin attack becomes Punishing Sweep. So you get an attack or special bonus for 10 seconds, anywhere between 30 and 150%. That's such a huge range. And it also increases your spin attack radius. So this is kind of hard to explain, I think, a little bit. So if you spin attack and hit an enemy, the enemy gets a debuff that makes them take additional damage from your attacks and your specials with this spear. It lasts 10 seconds, decent amount of time, right? As you can read here, punishing damage bonus does not apply to spin attacks. So it's almost like you don't even want to take hammers that make your spins better, because you're really only using the spin to apply the debuff in this case, I think. It's a lot of Titan's Blood for this, and the range is huge here. It's really not an aspect I recommend for new players at all. it's something really. It's kind of like they're trying to encourage us to use the spins with the spear, and I guess you would use it, but it just doesn't have a lot of use cases, I think. The best hammers here are probably, I don't know, exploding launcher and, oh, you're gonna have to give me the serrated point, I think it's called, where you dash strike into an enemy and you hit them 3 times and stuff, but there's a downside to that. It's not a bad aspect in terms of power level, but I wouldn't call it fun necessarily. I've seen some high heat clears, not that I can do it. I just can't imagine a lot of new players wanting to use this a lot. If you want to spam spins, it seems like you'd actually want to use Achilles, which at least gets a damage bonus on the spins, you know? Sure, you don't have as big of a range because the punishing sweep move is actually enormous. It covers like an entire room. But at least like your spins are gonna feel much more powerful, you know? It feels like with aspects of Hades, you'd mostly use a spin attack and then spam, you know, dash strikes or, you know, your special move or something like that. It's okay. It's kind of a neat idea. I like the concept of the weapon. I kind of feel like the fact that it debuffs enemies instead of giving Zagreus a bonus makes it pretty wonky, you know? So clearing normal enemy encounters where enemies don't usually last that long with this, applying the debuff to all of them, it just sometimes, or a lot of the times, it just doesn't even feel worth it. So let's see. This is tough. I think because of the high cost of the Titan's Blood, I don't think it has a lot of survivability. It's tough. I'm gonna have to drop a D on it. I'm gonna have to drop a hard D on it. I think it's actually worse in some ways than Zag's Spear, which it feels like it makes at least a couple moves more powerful, whereas this feels like it's just a huge danger pit for someone who's fairly new to the game at, you know, running 10 to 20 heat basically. It feels like it would actually be very difficult. You know, of course this is just partially due to the fact that you're having to charge a spin and apply a debuff is just dangerous, I think, on its own, you know what I mean? After all the hate I just gave the Hades Spear, now's probably a good time to say, you know, this is just my opinion, and, you know, what I have fun with might not be what you have fun with, and, you know, lots of people, I guarantee every single aspect on this list, all 24 of them, there's someone out there whose favorite is Zag Sword or Hades Spear or something like that, and there's nothing wrong with that. This is mostly from my point of view as someone with 2,500 plus hours in Hades. Which ones do I have the most fun with, and which ones would I most recommend to new players mostly? Alright, last up for Spear, we got Aspect of Guan Yu. This is a controversial one, I think. So life total and life gain minus anywhere between 70 and 50%. So your max health is severely reduced, basically. It's pretty rough. And you're upgrading it not to get more powerful, not to make the aspect more powerful, but just to get some more health back. So it doesn't really feel good to upgrade this with Titan's Blood. It's probably one of the worst in terms of leveling up with Titan's Blood, I think. You wouldn't really want to do a run at level 1 Guan Yu. You know, it just doesn't feel good to only start with, oh my gosh, what? Like 30 health, you know, if you're running thick skin and stuff. It's just bad in that circumstance. However, Guan Yu actually has some really cool mechanics. So it has the spin attack with Guan Yu is actually quite a bit more interesting, I think, than the other spin attacks, where it actually goes out and it's actually a ranged thing. So you kind of throw out this spinning blade at enemies, and if you hit them with it, then you actually get some life back. And I think that's a really cool mechanic. And they did have to be careful with lifesteal on this game, because otherwise we just steamroll over anything if our life total was too high and you got enough lifesteal, you know? So I understand why it happened for sure. I think the spin is really interesting and cool, and you can actually utilize it very, very well, I think. You know, you throw Athena on your spin and it just deflects everything around you and you get the health back, and it's really cool, but you're still in super, super danger. I think it's a bad aspect in terms of survivability, but I do think it's probably more fun and interesting for me than something like Hades Spear, honestly.
This one, I guess.
It also has a pretty dynamic special move where you don't actually have to pull the spear back, you just throw it out and it just goes out there. There's some ways to make it even more powerful, namely with the charged skewer hammer, and you can just have like a super easy time in a run. It's sort of like a cheesy build just because you're at a pretty long range and you deal a lot of damage with the special, and you just spam it, and that's how you win the whole run. So I think that isn't particularly interesting because it's not diverse in terms of gameplay and stuff like that, but still, at least it's something that works with the aspect. I mean, people are gonna hate me for it, but I like Wanyu. I do. I look at the health downside and I recognize it's horrible for new players and stuff like that, and the way it levels up the Titan Blood is also bad, but I think the fun factor kind of helps it and pushes it into our first C-rank weapon. And I know, I don't have a single S right now. I know, but we're getting there. But yeah, I think this kind of makes sense for me. Like, when I think about which spears would I want to play if I were just doing a run, or if I was just recommending it, this seems to make sense to me. This is about right, I guess. All right, we have now entered shield territory, so we got the aspect of Zag for the shield. So your attack and dash strike base damage is increased anywhere between 3 and 15 damage. So this is important to note, that this is a flat damage modifier, which is different from a percentage multiplier. If this was 3 to 15%, this would actually be significantly worse. I'm not certain what the base damage of the shield is without this, but it's actually a very significant increase. I think this is an aspect that it doesn't really sell itself that well, because these numbers kind of look low when you first glance at them, and it might not sound all that interesting and stuff, but it's actually pretty decent. There's only a couple hammers that kind of work with it, so it's not super fun, I think, a lot of the time, and just kind of like a flat damage increase is just not that cool to me. I guess it's the best aspect to use if you're going to get those specific hammers that go along with the shield attack, but otherwise it's kind of just, you might as well use another aspect most of the time. Pretty straightforward. At least it's cheap Titan's Blood. I would probably recommend it for a new player, probably, as long as you utilize the bull rush well and you block pretty well and stuff like that. But besides that, I think it just doesn't have a ton of places. I'm gonna drop it into a high C for now. I think this makes sense to me. I think it does a few things pretty well, and there's some fun builds with it, but it just doesn't do the best out of all the shield aspects, especially. Alright, next up we have Aspect of Chaos. After you bull rush, your next special throws multiple shields. It kind of throws them in a shotgun spread. And the number of shields thrown varies between 1 and 5. This is a tough aspect to level up in terms of Titan's Blood. It costs 15, which is pretty much the same for all 3 aspects below the first aspect of each weapon. But this is kind of bad because I feel like a level 1 Chaos Shield is terrible. A level 2 Chaos Shield is terrible. A level 3 Chaos Shield is probably still terrible. It's really not until you get at least 4 or 5 that it actually starts to feel good, I'm gonna say. The spread is really, really useful though once you do have it leveled up, and it does really well with a pretty dynamic number of boons and things like that. This is one of the aspects that it almost shines best with boons that you might not normally use a lot. I'm thinking like Dionysus on the special for the hangover, Zeus, Ares, kind of like these gods that a lot of people kind of like shoo away from when they first start because they see big crits from Artemis or something like that, you know? But this is where those gods actually shine, just because you can kind of coat the enemies with these different debuffs using Chaos Shield. You just do a bull rush, throw out the special, and it works really well. I think it's cool. I think it's a great way to kind of get us to use all of the different parts of the shield. So they get us to use the shield charge, throw out the special, and then just rinse and repeat that charge again. And I think they did a great job in designing this one. It's also a super safe aspect because they're making you use the shield block and charge here. So if you're a new player, this aspect kind of forces you to get used to that, and I think that's actually great. And I think it's super high power in terms of a new player, and it's very straightforward. It's not complicated, it's not fancy, it just does everything well. Thus, I think from the points that I've made here, I'm gonna have to drop that into our first S-class aspect here. I think it's good. I think it's good. I am a little biased toward it because back in the day, it was my thing. You know, They did change it at some point after the 1.0 release of Hades, so it's not as powerful, but it's still quite good, and I still recommend it a lot for new players. But again, the main issue here is the cost of time. And it's very straightforward. It's not complicated. It's not it's all special. If I think it's shot dark and plot. I'm thinking like Dionysus on the special for the Hangover, Zeus, dynamic number of boons and things like that. This is one of the aspects that it almost shines.
Excuse.
Darkness. A wasted effort. Yes, now is the time to strike. At last it. I'm out. Darkness. I'm empty. Get up. You truly dare. No more. Not again. You stepped in something, boy. You'll perish yet. Oh, what? Yes, it shall be so. Not now. Get on. Take me home.
Say hi to Hypnos for me. In the name of Hades. Rafa shuddered just now.
Imagine, if you will, the underworld prince soon meets one of his typical ignoble deaths.
No, no! Wonder if I can get out even faster.
Thought I had you there.
No, you didn't.
Greetings, broker. What's for breakfast? We're settled up.
I swear you're right. That one is such an idiot. Oh, anyway, I'd best get back to work.
You take care too, Miss Meg. Thanks for the drink. Bye now.
They get along at least.
Congratulations on your new responsibilities, my child.
It's more of a formality, I think. My response.
There can be no escape.
Well, it does beat standing around in my chambers aimlessly.
It is an honor to be working with you, child.
Likewise, Nix. That definitely came to pass. Guess I have been rather busy as of late.
best with boons that you might not normally use a lot. I'm thinking like Dionysus on the special for the hang. Normally the aspects really I think it does a few things pretty well, and there's some fun builds with it, but it just doesn't do the best out of all the shield aspects, especially. All right, next up we have Aspect of Chaos. After you bull rush, your next special throws multiple shields. It kind of throws them in a shotgun spread. And the number of shields thrown varies between 1 and 5. This is a tough aspect to level up in terms of Titan's Blood. It costs 15, which is pretty much the same for all 3 aspects below the first aspect of each weapon. But this is kind of bad because I feel like a level 1 Chaos Shield is terrible. A level 2 Chaos Shield is terrible. A level 3 Chaos Shield is probably still terrible. It's really not until you get at least 4 or 5 that it actually starts to feel good, I'm gonna say. The spread is really, really useful though once you do have it leveled up, and it does really well with a pretty dynamic number of boons and things like that. This is one of the aspects that it almost shines best with boons that you might not normally use a lot. I'm thinking like Dionysus on the special for the hangover, Zeus, Ares, kind of like these gods that a lot of people kind of like shoo away from when they first start because they see big crits from Artemis or something like that, you know? But this is where those gods actually shine, just because you can kind of coat the enemies with these different debuffs using Chaos Shield. You just do a bull rush, throw out the special, and it works really well. I think it's cool. I think it's a great way to kind of get us to use all of the different parts of the shield. So they get us to use the shield charge, throw out the special, and then just rinse and repeat that charge again. And I think they did a great job in designing this one. It's also a super safe aspect because they're making you use the shield block and charge here. So if you're a new player, this aspect kind of forces you to get used to that, and I think that's actually great. And I think it's super high power in terms of a new player, and it's very straightforward. It's not complicated, it's not fancy, it just does everything well. Thus, I think from the points that I've made here, I'm gonna have to drop that into our first S-class aspect here. I think it's good. I think it's good. I am a little biased toward it because back in the day, it was my bang, you know. They did change it at some point after the 1.0 release of Hades, so it's not as powerful, but it's still quite good, and I still recommend it a lot for new players. But again, the main issue here is the cost of Titan's Blood. So I would not bother leveling this up unless you got enough to level it up all the way right now, or nearly, probably like at least level 4, honestly.
Pal.
I don't get why. I'm gonna. I don't know. I need to figure it out. The Hades was working just fine in normal Hades, and now I have to run it in this weird way that. You see how there's a cursor there? It doesn't show the cursor.
Weird.
But look.
Yeah, what?
But it's on, like, it doesn't show it on this monitor, but it shows it,
you see it there,
in the capture of the program.
You've got pretty crystals that I don't think I have.
So I can do it in non-full screen, which makes 0 difference, which is...
There's...
Oh no! My first crashed. Well, that gives me an excuse to sort of
Hello, Stream.
Stream says hi.
Cool. What you got?
Alright, so display settings. Advanced display settings. Let's try 120 hertz. I'm pretty sure that's racist, babe. But
Maybe now that I've talked to Destiny, I'll have the clout for Sneeko to come on.
You should have the Sneeko debate set up for today, and then ignored Sneeko to talk to Destiny. So it's a full circle thing.
That would have been so
instead of
funny.
him dodging you. Yeah, that would have been great.
What if I messaged him? I was like, want to come on? He finally agrees. I'm like, sorry, I'm talking to Josh Connor Moon. Yeah.
You gotta get on Andrew Tate's list so you can go see him in Romania and ditch Sneeko because he didn't get on it.
You know, I'm gonna actually call Nick and talk to him a little bit. Hey, buddy, what's up?
What's up, buddy?
What do you think
Hey,
about the stream?
I think it went super well. Honestly, it was just cool to see like a chill conversation, I guess.
Yeah, that was my goal with it. I was
yelling.
trying to avoid any yelling, any screaming match. I wanted to be like low key. And I think it was, and there was actually like some interesting content, productive conversation out of it. So yeah, it was good. Bringing people together. That's what we're all about here, guys. Bringing people together.
Because when you see like any of these guys talk about each other behind the bounds of like their own channels and stuff, you don't really get the same. I don't know, people are different in person than they are.
Right.
When they're just spouting something off on stream.
Right.
So you get like
I don't
real
get
opinions,
it, but
real takes.
I literally can't get it to fuck up now.
Right. Yeah. No, it was good. I mean, they seem to find a lot of common ground, to be honest. Obviously, there's the obvious
Like
stuff.
I changed the settings like 4 or 5 different ways. Whatever. I mean, whatever I did this morning, I couldn't get it to stop stuttering.
So yeah, it was
now
cool.
But you had Null
every
on, right?
every
And you had
option I
Null and
choose
Destiny on.
still
Now,
working
is next
perfect.
week gonna be
Tried it like
Null,
4 or 5
Destiny,
different
and
ways.
Keffels, or
Well, I think the Keffels conversation is not happening. If she did somehow get her interest
Looking
back,
pretty
in the conversation,
fine.
she definitely has no interest now that I've talked to Null and Destiny. Literally the two people that if she had a button that said kill and she pressed it and we both died, she would press it in an instant.
Yeah.
Like there's no way she would ever have a conversation with both of them, especially because they would both make her look fucking horrible.
like if you had to pick between a conversation with Null and Destiny or like the 80th Keffels conversation where nothing happens, I think you picked the right one.
Yeah, I would
have
agree.
to be honest with
I would
you.
agree with
Yeah, I don't
that.
know if that's even worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it was good content too. I mean, yeah, I liked it.
yeah,
I feel like I wasn't talking a lot, but to be honest, they're just the point is
Alright,
to bring.
I gotta figure out what this
conversation when needed. So
dinging noise. Oh, hold on.
I was interested a lot in Null's position on speech or whatever.
Hold
because,
on, babe.
I don't know,
Somebody
maybe you know it's the
texted
same
me.
kind of trend I see, is like the free
Hollow,
speech
I'll be
guys who
right
really
back.
push free
Yeah,
speech are
I've got the
usually the guys getting
platinum
fucked. And then if they weren't
on
getting fucked, they're like totally down to fuck
PlayStation.
everybody else. I think
But
Fuentes
2
is
seconds.
probably
Sorry
the
about that.
example
Here.
there. It's like the scorned X of platforming who like has
It's
no
all good.
problem if everybody else gets
but
fucking
yeah.
debanked or something. It
Jim
seems
in like a half
I
hour,
don't know if this is
45.
a matter of fact, and I don't know if this is true.
Mhm.
It seems like Null's not that way. It seems like even if Null was in like a
Cool.
position where
Well,
the
we gotta give the
corporate
people
backed
what
him,
they
like,
want.
30 years from now or
Be
something,
right back.
and like his ideology is in a position of power. He seems like somebody who'd generally be
Yeah.
against debanking.
Yep.
So I
Yep.
find that as a
100%
pretty amicable
beating
guy.
Hades.
But then obviously the issue there, and we'll
gotten
say
an
he's
under
amiable, and you can
10
be like, okay, well, you run
in-game
through
clear
your farm,
time.
where you lose him. So.
Well, I'm talking about that specific. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
His position on platforming.
Yeah, it was a good combo though. He was pretty. He was amicable.
Pretty
he was
much,
interesting.
yeah. Here.
And so was Destiny, as always. So.
Let's see. Okay, we got
yeah,
the
I'm trying to make it
fists.
happen.
Let's
Hopefully we'll get
just
to bring more
see
people
here.
together in the future. But for now, I'm kind of out of big stream ideas. This is probably the coolest stream idea.
Don't blow
I've
your
had.
fucking load so early. You just started streaming and you're gonna have these massive things going. It's pretty awesome.
Well, I kind of did blow my load early, is the thing. So it's like now, like, who the fuck, like
What
Mr.
about
Poopy
you,
Butt,
Hollow
like,
Man?
We're gonna talk. Everyone's gonna be excited for that.
What's your status on
No, it
Hades?
was good. If any famous individuals in the chat want to reach out to have a chat on stream, just email my business email, turkeytombusiness@yahoo.com. You can get in contact.
Oh man, it is absolutely worth platinuming.
Yeah, if you guys want to.
You cleared it for the first time, I'm guessing?
Contact me, and we'll get Mr. Girl on.
Or did you, because if you clear it 10
We'll
times,
call Amos E from jail. He'll give his take.
you, the credits roll. So you're saying you got the credits, or you escaped? Oh yeah, definitely at the very minimum, you want to clear 10 times to get the credits to roll. First of all, the song that plays while the credits roll is mind-bogglingly good for a video game song. Second of all, the story, the story while you're getting getting to the final clear, that 10 clears to get the credits to roll, I found really fulfilling and satisfying. And Yeah,
was-
building the
that was-
relationships, the romance relationships
see
and
the-
stuff
the
that you
fresh
can
and
with,
post they made? They're like,
I'm not gonna
like
spoil it
some-
for
like,
you, but the
Kristen
people
Tate
that you
tweeted out, like, a
can
list of people who
you
are
can
coming to see them
romance
and,
in
like,
this
said
game,
Ross was gonna be
I
there.
found it
Fresh Review was like,
really
"Should we be
cute
there too?
and
We want to talk about the injustice of the KFC."
no, the replayability is
want the money, yeah.
fantastic in this game.
They want the money.
Which
Just the way they frame
which
it,
weapon
so
did you
it
get
looks like
your
puppy dogs, I
final
guess.
clear? I mean your first clear
Well,
with?
I just found out how much people fucking make in this industry based on Steven Crowder being worth what, $50 million.
Well, that's if you're
Holy
that's if you're a
shit.
that's if you're a player.
Now I know why Jeremy sucks his dick so much.
Yeah, there's
What the fuck?
now that you've actually cleared it once, you've been to Hades and you know that you go and you meet Persephone.
I don't know, man.
It's
we just suck. That's the
oh.
problem. We're just terrible. Our Minecraft streams are
Yeah,
not
I
funny.
found
We need to get funnier
it took me
You
like
start doing Change My Mind
between 20 and
Flamenco
30
is a
tries to
pedophile,
get
change my
through.
No.
And I found the shield
What do you mean get you in
with
trouble?
one
You
of
constantly
the
say that, dude. I don't even
You
think
want,
you
I
are.
never say
with
that.
one of the
Salvo,
special
bro. You know
hammers
Flamenco is gonna be doing,
was
I don't know.
my
The last stream we had with him, didn't you do the whole
my
Flamenco,
ticket out.
Stay away from the kids or whatever?
Yeah, I sang the song.
Yeah, but
Also,
Sang the song.
did
It's
you
like, Flamenco is like a child predator
if
with
you
sister, like deadpan, like
get
his
all the
actual
weapons, you can then unlock aspects. Did you unlock the weapon aspects?
He's
That's for real.
boxing now, right?
Yeah, he's boxing bunk. Right.
So there's gonna be like press conferences and stuff, and Flamenco is gonna be like doing that.
Yeah, I mean that.
That's
will,
gonna be such Kino content.
It will be Kino content. I don't know.
Yeah.
Why he agreed to that.
Aspect of Chiron on the bow,
The thing is, like,
super
when
fun.
When Andy Worski took the fight, which was supposed to be against Ralph, but again against Saul Poppy,
The
I tweeted out because the initial
aspect
thing
of
was $10,000.
Eris, I
He
think,
was,
on
signed on to fight,
the
right? And that would cover Jim,
adamant rail
that would cover, like,
is
training
freaking
aspects, like,
S tier
whatever
for
fucking
sure.
he prepared for that fight on that course, right? So people
Yeah,
take
there's just there's so much fun stuff to get up to in the game. I mean, if you got another game that you're like dying to go play, then by all means, like Hades will still be there for you when you get back to it. But
Is Flamenco on an actual card though?
I spent
no,
I think
the
like
card hasn't been announced, no contract
hundreds
signed,
of
that's how it
hours
goes. You
playing this game, and I don't regret that.
200 viewers on the stream, and we're gonna book him on the next card that comes up. No, we have a slot open. I got Flamenco and Bunk. They might want to be involved with it, and then we can probably see from there and get them on the first.
So it's just kind of like they
Yeah.
need someone to fill.
There's hidden aspects.
Well,
There's the locked hidden aspects that you can get. There's really really fun stuff you can do with that. Going for duo boons
Or
using
like Augie on a card. Like we're in comparison to the people on there, you're seeing million sub YouTubers at a minimum, so they're not making like any fucking money off of doing this.
using
It's really
this
stupid,
list
probably for a business
to
decision,
find out like
these guys or
what
us or
the
any, like, well, maybe not you, but,
prerequisites to
most of
get
these people
these
on a card.
I mean,
duo
even me, I
boons
doubt my audience would be
and using the
maybe like
No,
maybe like
I
a few
think they
thousand
would.
people. Maybe
I
a
think
few
they
thousand
would.
people.
If
Not
you were gonna
that
fight
many.
Digibro to
and
get back at,
using
like,
the
the pedophile debate from when you were
signets,
14 years old, I
the
think
what
you
are they
would get a lot of
called? The
hype on that.
keepsakes
Well,
to
that probably
like
wouldn't
control
happen. Digibro or
which
Digi-Sheet,
bosses
so
you
they
get,
never put me on a
and
female
I mean
card.
which boons you
well,
get,
iDubbbz
which
would probably
gods
make
you
a
get
transgender card.
to like sort of force your way into getting these duo
You could
boons.
fight D'Angelo Wallace.
You get a lot of fun
Yeah.
out of that.
I guess I could.
You guys got Sobs,
Deadly
relevancy,
Flurry.
D'Angelo
He has,
Wallace
like,
versus
True
Turkey
shot,
Top.
yeah.
What if he wins though? Then I just have to like end my life. Like imagine if he won.
That would be great.
If he
Imagine
won,
if he died.
I
if he won,
recommend
I'd literally, like,
on
you
the
guys would have to disavow.
gun
Nothing else
You'd be
makes
going
sense.
for the
You'd literally be
second
racist.
one, aspect of Eris.
If I won, I'd also be.
If you
Yeah.
Like if I won.
if you want to make it a bit easier,
Dude, there's no winning.
that
Yeah. You'd be homophobic
I
and
think
racist.
that's the easiest weapon to consistently get a
We do a
I don't know, is there
Minecraft.
like
anything
a-
that you,
a clear with.
that you kind of wanted out of that combo that you don't think you
Yeah,
got,
you're
or
certainly
are you
welcome,
super
man.
Satisfied?
I'm super satisfied.
I appreciate the
Maybe I
follow.
should have been hoping for more, but
Let me
honestly,
give you a
like,
little follow back.
Any way that could have gone, I'm pretty fucking happy with it. Just because there wasn't a screaming match. Honestly, what I thought, I was kind of worried about it because last time I streamed with Null,
Hermes does not have a call.
I was afraid Destiny was gonna say a take. And
No.
Null was gonna call him retarded,
Hermes
and
is
then Destiny was
different
gonna push
in
back,
that
and then Null
you
was gonna be
can't.
mad and leave.
level up
like an untempered guy. I just think
any of his boons. They only have different rarities to them, and he doesn't have an attack or a or a flourish or a special or anything like that.
But I was okay with that because
he merely affects like the speed that things happen, like how quickly your bloodstones fall out of enemies and stuff like that.
Someone, they were just like, I don't know, like they were good. They were good responses.
No.
Yeah,
Hermes is definitely
I do think
like
if it was like
a separate
if you had
sort
your
of
conversation with Kelsey, the way you planned it out,
he's
what we're
almost
talking
like
about,
the hammers
I do think that would have been a
in that
conversation where
like
it's just like, all right,
it
I'm
affects
losing
the
five,
overall
and you would've got, like, nothing.
like state of play rather
that's always,
than
like, you have to
like
tiptoe really hard, I
actively
guess.
changing
But with this one, there was no
your
luck, you could pretty much just say,
boon,
because,
like your
Yeah.
attack or your call or anything like that. So
Except for
yeah,
that really fucked up
I
question
actually
of trying to get Destiny to own
there's a
humans.
bunch of stuff that you can get from Hermes that
what did you think
makes
about it? What'd you think?
makes builds
I thought it was
super
really
OP,
good. The main
but
takeaway
I don't
had is I
tend
was
to go
really
out of my
surprised at,
way
like,
to
the
get to Hermes.
platforming position by no. Again, I don't know. Maybe I'm just like super doomered from fucking watching all the Medicare versus Fuentes stuff, where it just looks like a lot of the guys just don't give an actual like fuck about platforming.
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah.
So I was very surprised. To see
Yeah,
that he
there's
seemed
a
pretty genuine.
there's a lot about this game. It's
I didn't expect them.
it's
to fight or
pretty
anything.
simple. It seems like a baby game when you first start out, but the level of mechanical like integration and different like subsurface
I don't know. I just watched a lot of Destiny and basically nothing about
factors that go into what makes a decision a good decision to make. It's a really great game.
I had like 800, 900 at peak. Null had like 1.8, 1.9k. Destiny had like 7k. So definitely was not the biggest viewers, but I'm okay with that. It was a good. Like,
I mean,
it was a
you
good
won the
view stream for my
conversation by
channel.
hosting it, so there's the code. If you want
I mean, to me, the real win is just that conversation happened at all, because even apart from the
the
fact
real
that it
win is the viewers that we found along the way.
well, the viewers found along the way, but also just
Yeah,
the fact
if
that,
you-
like, I wanted this fucking conversation to happen on my own. If
I
someone
can
else
actually
did,
make
I
a
wouldn't.
recommendation.
So I just wanted the content to happen at all.
Obviously, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, but also
like in the middle of the
this
that would have been like a fucking
that would have been
I don't know,
absurd.
dude.
Imagine if I
This
tried to
guy-
organize it then. That would have been insane. I think
if
Destiny
you look
would've
up in the
happened
corner of
if I
my
tried-
screen,
Yeah, because it would have been just too much.
No, it would have been too nuclear.
this guy Halion, I was in the middle of watching. Actually, I need to.
Hello, friends and lovers. Can you believe it's been over 2 years since I made that top of the hour and will admit there's
Oh, this is an updated tier
Hello,
list.
friends
Okay,
and
I was
lovers.
watching
Can you
his
believe it's been
old
over 2
first tier
years since
list.
I made that
This
aspect
guy
release in
Halion,
Hades?
I'm gonna actually watch
the
this
game
video right
literally
now.
has not changed since that.
He is one of the first guys to ever play this game that I saw. He's got several of the speedrun category, I think world records. If not, he's definitely in the top 10. And he can speak really knowledgeably about pretty much every aspect of this game. So, yeah.
That time, but a lot of
Let's check this
opinions have
out.
sort of evolved or formed better, or honestly just straight up changed since that moment, and some of the meta has changed for veteran players, so I think it's about time that we get a bit of an update. So just like the first tier list, we're going to rank all 24 weapon aspects here. I'm not going to base it purely on their
okay.
power level, I guess
Yeah,
you could say. I'm going to think of different
Crystal
things
Beam.
like how high up
Crystal
the peak
Beam
can
is
they
kind of a
continuously,
meme,
how
but
fast can they go in a kind
that
of
being
speed
said,
run
there
setting.
are
They've
some
also been
ways to
probably
make
most
Crystal
importantly how fun
Beam
they are
an
and how much
extremely
variety they have
powerful
to keep playing over and over again.
option.
And I'm going to tell you right now, there's
I
actually
keep
gonna
telling
be
my,
a
I
lot
actually,
of
I'm getting my
differences here
girlfriend in
between my first tier
Hades, and I
list
keep
this
telling
one, and I
her
hope it can help you out
not
if
to
you're either
worry
a new
about
player or someone
casting.
who's curious about what I think about the game. But of course, This is subjective. This is just what
until
I think,
she gets a little further into the game and gets a weapon aspect that really pairs well with a cast.
Staring at aspect of Zach with a sword for long
If
enough.
you're
Let's go over it here. So we got it pulled up on the wiki.
if you're still
so basically
like
aspect of Zach
haven't gotten your 10th clear yet, I'd probably just use cast as like if you incidentally get a really good one
they're just not
and just pepper it in there
more useful aspects, especially the sword one here.
more as a way of
better than
lodging
the other swords
the stones into the enemies and using boiling
better,
blood,
which means that aspect of Zach
because
with
you
the
get
sword,
special and attack damage plus 50%
to take it over
if
the
they have a
next
bloodstone
aspect,
stuck
which
in
is going
them.
to be the aspect of Nemesis. All right, so here is the aspect of Nemesis. So every time you use your special, your attack gains a chance
Oh yeah,
to deal
for sure.
critical damage.
No,
so it goes up to 30% at max.
I actually
Oh yeah, and I should probably point out the Zag aspects are going to be rough too.
When
Part
I
of the
set
reason is
out,
that they weren't designed to be.
When I set out at the beginning of a run, either with Poseidon's aspect on the blade or Achilles' aspect on the spear, and I specifically set out to play a crystal beam run, those are that's some of the most fun that you can have, is specifically heading out for a meme run with the crystal beam. It can be super effective.
Be on the same playing field as the other aspects, so they cost a lot less Titan blood than the other ones. But anyway, let's talk about Nemesis here. The best sword aspect there is, I personally think, and I think most people would agree with me on this. It does really well at speed, and it can complete a run very quickly. And it does fine at high heat. I do think that all the sword aspects kind of struggle in their own way. It's a melee one, you know what I mean? It's not as good as the fist at clearing a higher heat level, and I'm mostly just talking up to 32. I'm not going to sit here and quote, 50 plus heat. It's just not necessary to discuss that for 99.9% of players. But yeah, aspect Nemesis, very good. It's
well
with some Artemis spoons.
It's part of the well, now that you've cleared it, you'll notice that before you leave to go out, you have the option to make it harder in one or many of several different ways, and this is
your special with the aspect of Poseidon, it will dislodge.
This is an option called extreme measures, and you can select either the first second, third, or all four of the level bosses.
Unfortunately, it doesn't really compete
at the end of each of like Tartarus, Asphodel, Elysium. They get upgraded in some way. So the Hydra gets put in a sort of a different arena where there's much more lava and can sort of float around and is a little more annoying. Meg, you fight all three of them. Only one of them is your actual target, but the other two will attack you. But you still only have to kill the one of them that's like the ringleader at each time. But I'm not going to spoil the third extreme measures, and definitely not the fourth extreme measures. The way they affect the Minotaur and Theseus, and the way extreme measures affects Hades himself, are really a sight to behold. I strongly recommend that you play at least until you can try to beat Hades on extreme measures. It is insane. Intense is not intense enough of a word. Insane.
What we'll cover later in terms of just outputting a lot of cast damage, but that special effect of dislodging, it actually enables a lot of the different cast for it. So if you wanted to use True Shot from Artemis, if you wanted to use, Electric Shot from Zeus, if you want to use Crush Shot from Aphrodite, those all work a lot better with aspects of Poseidon than just using any other aspect, because you can dislodge them from the enemy more quickly. It does enable certain boons like exit wounds. I don't know if that's that great in general, but it is goofy fun, and it has a lot of variety, and all of the cast aspects are going to have a lot of variety because they kind of enable all of the different cast builds. You know, you can have 8 different cast builds for this one aspect, which feels a lot different than, say, a typical attack or special based build like with Nemesis we were just talking about, where it feels like you can only have 2, 3, 4 gods perhaps on the attack. That would make it interesting. But it does kind of lack in power level compared to the others. It doesn't do especially well at high heat or speed. It's kind of okay. It's still it's probably going to be one of the highest Bs though, if I were to guess, but I guess we'll see. Okay, last we have the aspect of Arthur. This is a lot of players' favorite aspect on the sword. So you get passive plus 50 health. It is a big, chunky, swingy sword, very slow, but hits very hard. You can also put down an aura when you use your special that reduces the damage you take, and I think it reduces enemy bullet speed too. Yeah, it does mention it there in the description.
Unwell is a good song.
You will take 40% less damage.
Yeah, I'm more
on top of the
like
aura,
the
and will disable traps, including lava, by the way, in case you didn't
4,
know.
5.
Now, I do not have a lot of fun with aspects
3
of Arthur
a.m.
because of
and
just
real
how slow
world
it comes across as just
era
like a
of Matchbox
slow,
20
chunky,
fan,
feels
but
like you're
yeah,
wading
Unwell.
through mud.
I saw them
And not only
live
that, but it feels
when
like it's
they were
very thin in
touring
terms
for
of
that
ways
album.
you can play it. You can't really switch it up and do a special-oriented build where you just spam your special a lot. That doesn't really work on aspect of Arthur. It's just way too slow. So you're just kind of swinging the sword around like crazy, and therefore there's only a few gods you can put on the attack too, like Artemis or Aphrodite, or maybe Demeter or Athena.
Yeah, I went to
so it feels like you're kind of
Springsteen when
really
I was
stuck in
like
this one
10
slot.
years old.
It doesn't do very well at speed. It doesn't do very well at high heat. It actually does okay at high heat up to 32, I would say, just because of that passive health more than anything, I think.
Incubus,
at least it seems that way for a lot of players, but you do have to build your pack to build a little bit differently, where you're going to want to consider the fact that you will be attacking
Dave
sword.
Matthews.
For me, it's kind of low in the fun factor. I recognize that this is probably not going to sit well with some others.
Yeah, just to name a few.
But this is
Been
how
to a
I
lot
feel.
of concerts.
It still
I
does
love them.
something more interesting, that's for sure, than
What about you? What kind of music
Zag aspect of the
do
sword.
you?
But Arthur, for
I
me,
know you
not a
told
lot
me
of
you
fun.
like that song
All right,
well,
and we're
but
on to the spear. So we got Zag aspect for the spear.
What,
here, so it increases your
what's
special
your favorite?
damage, range, and speed, only up to 25% though. This is another kind of a dud aspect in terms of the Zag ones especially. It just doesn't do a whole lot for us here. There are some viable builds with it if you get a very particular hammer, but otherwise it's just not good. If you swing and miss on the hammers, you're gonna have a pretty rough time with aspect of Zag with the spear. But there is a bit of fun because there are some builds that exist for it that are kind of work almost only for it. Unlike Zag aspect for the sword, if you get like exploding launcher, maybe charge skewer, either one of those or both, even I guess you could say, you're gonna clear a decent amount of heat. You can go decently fast too. It does something a little bit differently than the sword, but not a whole lot, and it doesn't really hold anything over any of the other spear aspects. Alright, sorry, I'm trying to pull up aspect of Achilles here, but it just doesn't really fit. So, aspect of Achilles, after you use your special and fetch your special, you can get up to 150% bonus attack or cast damage for your next 4 attacks or casts, basically. So you throw the special, you press the special button again, you rush after it, you get bonus damage on the next 4 attacks or casts. And then you have to refresh it. You cannot stop in the middle and refresh it after you say you even I guess you could say. You're gonna clear a decent amount of heat. You can go decently fast too. It does.
Skillet. Okay, Skillet and Headley aren't a duo. Skillet. Okay. Oh, that sounds cool. Hold on 2 seconds. Okay. Sounds a little bit like, I'm not saying they sound exactly like, but they've got a similarity, I feel like, with Imagine Dragons. Skillet does, at least. Yeah, I'm gonna bookmark these guys. Subscribe to Skillet. That's what's up. Lose Control by Headley. Alright, let's see. Headley. Lose Control. Okay. Okay, that's got like, I can feel the funk. Alright, well, both those guys just got a new subscriber for your efforts. So, I'll check those guys out later for sure. I wish I
can refresh it. Otherwise,
wish
you'd
I
just
could
be wasting
listen
it.
to the
This
copyrighted
is a very
stuff
strong
on
aspect.
stream.
It's very
but
strong for all the different
not trying
casts.
to
It does
lose my VOD. Yeah. But I appreciate the suggestion, man. As a musician myself, I tend to get stuck in my own ways, but a push towards a creator that I haven't heard before is always a welcome addition to the day.
Time for another voyage aboard the barge of death.
So are you in America, Canada? I won't ask you to be more specific than that, but you said you're not in a popular place. Yeah, I went into Canada by Niagara Falls for like a half hour once when I was a kid. Otherwise, I've never been outside of the United States at all, which is kind of a shame. Kitty! What's up, Emmy? Emmy. Psst, psst, psst. Emmy. Emmy.
Almost finished with these. Olympus, I accept this message.
The prophecy, at least. Man. Settle down. Settle. Good kitty. That's what's up. I saw the Colorado Rockies when I was a kid, and then I lived in Atlanta for a long time growing up, so I saw the Braves play a bunch of times. MLB fan, I'm guessing? Well, well, well. I'm gonna go lightning rod.
Do I still need these?
And sell parting shot. You got yourself a deal. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. I used to watch every Atlanta Falcons game every Sunday with my pop for a couple of years, but yeah, now I basically just watch the playoffs and the Super Bowl, if that. Some years I don't even watch those. Bucking Inferno Bomb. I can deal with the dash.
A working trade-off.
Batman, 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 you must be a cat man.
I'll take this one.
You must forgive us, little godling, meaning our extended...
You want to give me parting shot right back after I just sold it. You're so dumb, Batman, you're so dumb.
Got stronger there. Bone Hydra, if you understand me, menacingly yes.
Yeah. I would have been that way with hockey if I had been a little older. My brother was that way with hockey. He ended up having to play like roller hockey down in Atlanta after we moved from Boston. Because in Atlanta, Georgia, there is surely not an ice hockey league of any kind. Yeah, parents do what they gotta do. There you go. I bet that first baseman didn't feel too happy about that.
Really well. It has a couple of really strong hammers. The one to speak of is Flurry Jab is just incredibly strong. This is the fastest spear aspect by far, and it also enables a lot of cast builds that otherwise would not be usable at all. Like Crystal Beam, it really carries like Crystal Beam. Crystal Beam, you need a dual boom still anyway, but otherwise without that 150% bonus cast damage you get from it, it wouldn't feel very good. Even Slicing Shot with Hunting Blades, which is the Ares cast and the dual boon, without aspect of Achilles, you'll get by, but it's not going to feel great. So Achilles, it's great for speed. It's okay for high heat, but it's really, really great for fun. And I think this is one of the big divergences I have here. from my original tier list. I don't think I put Achilles in S, really, honestly. I can't remember now. But I think it definitely belongs there. It is easily the strongest spear aspect out there. And yeah, it just has so much variety that you can't deny that it's going to be a lot of fun to play. And I find myself using it very, very, very often still. All right, the complicated aspects have not stopped.
I have to
so
agree with him on the Achilles aspect there.
Spear. So what happens here is you use your spin attack. It's
that's
much
when casting
bigger,
comes into
and it deals more damage. And after you hit an enemy with your spin attack, they get debuffed for the next 10 seconds, and they take additional attack or special damage. However, that does not include spin damage. That was specifically excluded. So while you can use the spin to hit enemies and apply the debuff, you wouldn't want to keep spinning on top of the enemies because you would not be dealing any of that bonus damage. So ideally, you'd spin on top of the enemy, then either just use your regular attack, or you'd use some of your special in order to utilize that bonus damage. And it's one enemy at a time.
I think they're technically just supposed to be making baby noises. I don't think they're making meows, but that's absolutely what it sounds like to me as well. I don't technically think they're supposed to be meowing, but I agree with you.
I think it does okay. I think it kind of struggles with variety a lot here too. So I think it kind of winds up in a similar space to Arthur for me. But I would probably have more fun playing with it just because the spins, I don't know, there's something about the spins that are just fun, honestly. Just charging up a big juicy spin and throwing it out on the enemies. But yeah, I do admit there's not a lot of ways to use it well. It kind of is very hammer dependent, and then it's kind of hard to know how to build it too, because you can't really focus too much on the spins. Like, you can't go all in on spin hammers. You have to think about diverging that, which I guess makes it perhaps a more complicated, interesting aspect. But yeah, I think it's, yeah, high C sounds about right for me. Next, we got aspect of Guan Yu. This is the hidden aspect, and this is gonna be one that y'all are gonna, I swear, y'all are gonna hate me for this one. So it has a major drawback. Even at the max level, you lose half of your max HP, and that is for the entire run. Even if you get more max HP in the middle of the run, you will only get half of it. So picking up 25 max HP, you only get 12, honey. But the trade-off is you get a life-stealing spin move. When you use the spin, you will get +1 health for every hit you deal to enemies. Current health, of course, I mean. Also, the special move is much, much more usable compared to the vanilla spear special. It's just, it deals a lot more damage. You don't have to retrieve the spear either, so it's much faster. So aspect of Guan Yu, it's terrible unless you have it maxed out on in terms of level. Taking negative 70% HP if you only, just unlocked it, it's gonna feel horrible. It's gonna taste horrible. Everything is going to be terrible about it, essentially. But at max level, and once you know some of the nuances behind it, it is actually very, very strong. It doesn't do especially good at speed. It's okay at higher levels of heat, I would say, but it has a decent amount of variety because there are special builds, there are spin builds. Those are the two main ones, and you can definitely apply many different gods to it, I'd say. So believe it or not, but for me, I think this actually gets up there because there's some easy builds for Guan Yu. You can actually power up the spin in such a way where it feels very difficult to actually die. You know what I mean? It's still gonna be a little risky with that minus HP, but I think the variety and the fun that I have with it is really much higher than some of the other aspects. Honestly, I recommend trying it out, and I'll probably have some links to different videos that you could check out from me that kind of showcase the different aspects here. By the way, in the description, I'll try to have some links for y'all. And we're on to the shield. So aspect of Zagreus for the shield, all it does is increase your attack and dash strike base damage by 15 at max level.
Yeah,
so it's
that'll
trying
happen.
to enable, I guess, an attack-based build with the shield.
Really
but the problem is those
into
builds are just not great. Or at the very best, they are very hammer dependent. There are certain hammers that would empower your attack that allow you to say hit twice, but it removes the knockback. There's also one that empowers your dash attack, and that's like kind of it, sadly. So it's just not the most interesting aspect. It doesn't do anything especially well. It doesn't do anything better than any other aspect too, in particular, which is unfortunate. So I think it kind of winds up with the other Zag aspect. I would probably put it I would put it behind Zag Spear. Now, because it is a shield, though, it does do a bit better at the higher heats. more easily, I guess you could say. You could still cheese things out with the bull rush and everything, but I mean, I don't know if it's that much easier, especially if you look at it from a new player perspective, I would think. I don't know if it's going to be that much easier, and there's really no reason to use it over some of the other shield aspects. All right, aspect of chaos for the shield, baby. So this is going to be a big one for me. So I ranked this bad boy in S in my original tier list, and I'm here to say I was wrong. It came from a place of previous love from a version that the shield used to have that was a bit different in early access. Now, I made that tier list well after early access ended, but I still had a lot of playtime to put in front of me, I guess you could say. And
live, I have
this
a
aspect
few
of
times,
throughout the years.
but
now,
actually
I
I've
have
been
a very high heat level on aspect. Yeah, I think I've completed 50 heat on it.
At
But
the intro
here's
of the
problem
stream,
aspect
I've been
chaos. Let's
introing
read
my
about what it
stream
does.
with
After you use your bull rush, your next shield special
recordings that I have
does
online.
multiple shields. So you get bonus 5 shields, spin around out when you throw out a special. Now while your special is thrown out, Zag cannot attack or
have
target
like
another
10 or
bull rush.
15
So
songs on
kinda leave
there.
Zag in a vulnerable state when you do that. And those shields just kind of are thrown at total
The
random.
first 10
They're
minutes
just
of
kinda
each
like,
stream,
I
I've
don't
pretty
know,
much
spread
started
out across the room in a weird
playing
way.
a song or two
And
from
it
there.
doesn't even work in a sort of shotgun format where you would get right up in front of an enemy and throw all your shields all at once. The damage just isn't there. It's just kind of not worth it. It does work in a cheesy way if you want to try to play things very safely. It kind of works. It's going to be slow. It's not going to deal a ton of damage, but it is quite safe. Now, is it fun? I do think it has better variety than some of the other aspects here.
Do you play music? I know
Because
we
you can
discussed
throw
that
some
you,
different gods on the special and make it feel pretty
listen to
good.
those
Like
skillet
Zeus, like
and
Dionysus, like
headleads.
Ares. It'll actually feel pretty good with those gods.
about you?
It's going to feel really bad with all the percentage-based gods like Aphrodite and Artemis, though, if you throw them on the special. So I think for me, Chaos has moved down quite a bit from S, I would say. I do think it has decent variety, but I think the power is clearly not there in terms of heat and speed, at least compared to some of the other better aspects. So to me, I think she's actually fallen from grace a bit here to the bees, and my opinion has changed. I mean, I'll sit here and admit people have made some good points about the aspect, and I think, like I said, I had a lot of time still to play the game after that point, and I think the more I use the aspect of chaos, the more I feel like I'm disappointed. So who knows? Maybe in 2 more years it'll be even lower. So aspect of Zeus, your special is replaced with the Blitz Disc. This is kind of vague as to what it does, right? But basically, you can throw your special and it slowly spins around, and while it's out there and spinning, you can still charge your bull rush or use your attack, almost as if you have 2 shields at once. And infamously, this is the aspect that managed to clear 64 heat. However, I do want to make it clear that just because this aspect was able to clear 64 heat, that does not necessarily mean it is the most powerful aspect in the game. The Hack the Punishment is a very complex system where it just really required these very specific attributes to be in place for the aspects in order for them to even have a decent chance, or really any chance, of beating 64 heat. So in other words, just because Aspect of Zeus was used to beat 64 heat, the max heat in the game, by the way, that does not necessarily mean, say, it's the best aspect used to beat 32 heat as a new player or someone trying to beat it for the first time. But that's all kind of more subjective than I can really explain. Anyway, how do I feel about this aspect? I think it's very good, and it has a decent amount of variety where a lot of the different gods can fit in on the special and or the attack. It also can use more hammers than the average
I feel like I have
shield
heard that's a
aspect
game.
here too, since you can kind of think about using the special and or the attack hammers. The only problem is it's not really the aspect's fault, it's the weapon's fault. The special oriented hammers for the shield are just unfortunately not very good. But it is a very strong aspect. It's not very quick. It doesn't do well at the speedy runs, unfortunately. But it's pretty solid up there too. It is a tougher aspect because I actually consider it probably one of the highest skill cap, I guess you could say, aspects in the game, where it takes a lot in order to use it really well, where you need to charge your bull rush while throwing the shield out and then choosing to pull back your
ghost
special.
identifying game.
It's actually very difficult to manage at all, but yeah, it is quite
I'm
powerful.
gonna have to look into that.
Okay, so we have come to what I would call the strongest aspect in the game, with an asterisk, you know, I guess you could say. Aspect of Beowulf for the shield. So you take 10% more damage when using this, which I always thought was kind of an odd thing to tack on here, but okay. So you get a damage area and bonus. What am I saying? You get bonus damage and area when you load your cast in the aspect of Beowulf. So aspect of Beowulf works in, it's a cast aspect where you load your cast into it, essentially. You press the cast button, and then you charge in with your bull rush, and your cast will explode at the end of your bull rush. Now, this aspect is totally broken. It gains more benefits than it should from the Dual Boon Mirage Shot, where you will gain 100% bonus cast damage, and it has a couple other quirks and oddities behind it. It didn't get tested very much in early access is the reason why. Unfortunately for the devs, I guess, but fortunate for us as players, because there's not a lot of stuff like this in the game. This is definitely the most heavily abused. It is absolutely amazing at speedruns. It is very strong at high heat, and it has insane amounts of variety, and not to mention it's just like incredibly powerful from pretty much every perspective. Just having all those different casts be a possible build with this is just absolutely amazing. It is easily going to be probably the top aspect here. Now, you might have noticed that in some other videos I might have called this or that aspect could be the strongest, and that's where the asterisk comes in, where it's not necessarily the easiest to use, or so to speak, or perhaps I should say the easiest to explain or build upon, because you do require to get kind of certain things for Beowulf to get going. There's really only one good hammer for this aspect, or I should say there's a big difference between the best hammer and the next best hammer. The best hammer for is Charged Shot. The next best hammer is, I don't know, Sudden Rush, and it's just mediocre to say the least, at least in comparison to Charged Shot. So that's a bit of a problem. But we'll go over some of the other great aspects later on. But yeah, Beowulf, absolutely amazing. And we're at the bow. Here we go, baby. Aspect of Zag for the bow. So you just simply gain 15% crit chance even. Passive on your attack when you use the bow. Aspect of Zag for the bow, that is. So this one is one of the better Zag aspects for sure. But it's just not very exciting, that's for sure. So the variety is not really there. You would not really use your special with Zag aspect on the bow here ever, unfortunately. There's not really a build.
I think it's almost even worse than that.
Like Charge Volley, but
cuts
it's
it
just
in less than half.
Great. It just kind of doesn't matter. So you really just have one style of build, which is to dash attack.
I don't play like that.
And over again. So the variety,
I'm so jealous of my health pool.
The speed is okay. The high heat is actually decent mostly because it's a bow aspect more than anything. It can definitely clear a higher heat.
I usually don't even take a chaos boon that lowers my health.
Manages to escape the D's, but not by a whole lot. And it's mostly just because it's mostly low because it's just not very
even just 4 or 5 runes.
Where you just power up the attack, and that's all there is to it, unfortunately. One thing I can say is that the bow probably has the most interesting hammers out there, where they have the bow just has a lot of transformative hammers, that's for sure, I think. Where there's just so many different things that you can use whenever using the bow. It feels like there's always a hammer that you're going to be okay with. Maybe not ecstatic about, but it's pretty rare you get totally dud hammers on the bow, I feel. Anyway, we're moving on. We're doing aspect of Chiron, everybody's favorite, or supposedly everyone's favorite, I should say. So what happens aspect of Chiron? When you hit an enemy with your attack, you will lock onto them so that when you use your special, all those special arrows will automatically hit them, or should I say home in on them, and it goes up to 8 hits. If you don't have the aspect maxed out, it's not going to feel great, by the way. This was kind of a controversial one because, admittedly, aspect of Chiron, it stinks at speedruns. It's terrible, honestly. It might be the slowest aspect in the game, potentially. I haven't looked at the records lately, but it's definitely one of the slowest then. It does okay at high heat. Now, what is high heat is another question. You know, if you want to say 32 heat, well, it does amazing at 32 heat. But if you want to look at the record for the highest heat it has ever been beaten by a player with the aspect of Chiron, it's one of the lowest ones, actually, believe it or not. And this kind of comes from a complicated place where using your attack and then having to use your special a couple of times after that, it is incredibly slow. It kind of both stems from a place of it is slow to do the attack pattern of Aspect of Chiron, where you have to use your attack and then you have to use your special a couple times afterwards. It is a multi-hit setup, not totally different from Aspect of Hades for the Sphere, perhaps, right? The difference here is that it feels like the ease of use is a little bit better. And even more so, what's more important is that
once you get to Hades, every last bit of your health is going to be super important for like the first, I want to say, 30 or 40 times you beat it.
Areas on the special here, and you can see that it gets a lot of love from the casual and new player base, and I think the reason is simply because it's a fun aspect. There's really no other way to describe it. I did an entire video analyzing a bunch of 32-hit win streams from players who beat 32-hit for the first time, and the majority actually had done it with Aspect of Chiron, and you know, that's just what it is, you know what I mean? So even though I think we live in a game, we play a game here where that is complex enough to say that even though it's has one of the lowest heat records in terms of being the highest, has possibly the worst speedrun record, but is somehow, in some way, better than other aspects at completing 16 or 32 heats, perhaps, you know? The game is complex, you know what I mean? It has to do with combining different packs. And I just love this aspect. I probably don't even have to say it, but I really enjoy using this aspect. I never have a bad time playing with this aspect. Again, because it feels like I can't really have a bad build with it, it kind of feels. You know what I mean? It's just fun. It has a lot of single target damage. It kind of struggles with the AoE damage, and again, it's kind of slower because you got to do this little setup, but my golly, I love it. I absolutely love it. So for me, I think it does wind up in the S's still, but it will be a lower S, I think, now, which is probably, only ever so slightly different from my original tier list. Next, we got Aspect of Hera, another cast aspect. So your cast loads into your next attack, and it explodes, not really explodes, not like Beowulf, but it does load into your attack just like Beowulf, and then it hits all the enemies on the impact of the attack. It also makes your cast drop off the enemies much more quickly. This is an incredibly powerful aspect. It is one of the fastest aspects of the game, up there with Beowulf for sure, but probably not quite beating it out. It also has an insane amount of variety because, again, it's a cast aspect, so you can use all the different casts with it, and you might see a lot of this going on in the tier list here because a weapon, or an aspect rather, that can utilize all the different casts in the game is going to automatically have a lot more variety behind it. So yes, you can use your attack and get a lot of attack-based hammers and empower your attack with Aspect of Hera, but you can also work on the cast on the side, and it's not really that much different from, say, Aspect of Zagreus, you know what I mean? You just get, the benefits are just so much better. This is a great aspect. I absolutely love it. I suggest trying that with either Crush Shot or Flood Shot. Those are both great with it, fantastic. But the truth is, it works with almost everything, and that's why it's so much fun, I think, here. It is definitely, I think I said it was one of the fastest. It does fine. It does pretty good at high heat. I think this baby clears 32 heat very easily for a lot of people, and this is where I think I'm diverging a little bit, where I've had more fun with this aspect the more I played the game, even after thousands of hours. So I think this is moving up to S, and I believe it was only A before, if you can believe it. Next is Aspect of Rama. So, how does Rama work? It is a slower aspect, not too dissimilar to Arthur, in which that your attack charges much more slowly. It also requires kind of some setup here. So what you want to do is hit enemies with a special, and it'll apply Shared Suffering. Shared Suffering makes enemies take more damage, or rather allows the damage to spread around. So, if you hit an enemy with a special, they will then take 60% of your next attack, and that could include the same enemy you're hitting with the attack. Does that make sense? If you apply Shared Suffering to a boss and then hit them with attack, they will essentially take, the original attack hit plus 60%.
Not many people know, but if you actually just stay right up next to him while he's doing that,
7 seconds it looks. How do you make this
He
go
can't
away, for the
hit
love of
you.
God?
You actually have to be a certain
But it
distance
is
away
a very
from him
powerful aspect.
for
I
him
do
to hit
think,
you with that
yeah,
beam
it
attack.
actually has some decent variety now that I think about
Boom.
it.
Hades
It's not a
dead.
quick aspect. It doesn't do very well at speed runs. It does very well at high heat, though. It can definitely deliver a punch. So I think it's cleared like
Yeah,
60
they've
heat,
known about that since
potentially.
the
But
very
yeah,
beginning.
I think it's
not
hard to
you kind of
use.
got
I
to
wouldn't-
keep your
for some
finger
reason, I
off
wouldn't
of
say
any
I
sort of
have a
attack that
ton
might
of
like
fun with it. And it
move
probably
you
has to
or
do with the
bounce you
slow
off of
nature
them,
of it,
but like
which is kind of a juxtaposition
yeah,
to the rest of the game,
just
which is
hit
meant to be
straight
much
up
more
attack
fast-paced.
and
I
don't
do
move.
think it is the power,
just kind of stay
the
right
sheer
there.
power makes up for it.
It's not super hard to pull off, but
Though, and it while
it's not
it
like
has
plainly
kinda
obvious
some
either.
weirdness where you can spam
Look at all
just
these
the special.
duos.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of convinced of myself. It probably deserves an A, but maybe a lower A. I think it is. You can tell that I kind of like the bow a little bit here, huh? But yeah, Rama is definitely interesting to say the least. All right. We're on to the fist. So
Fascinating
we got aspect of accuracy. You get 15% dodge chance.
Well,
with
Hollow
aspect of
Man
Zag
and
from the
anybody
fist, and
else
this
who
is
might be
actually one of the
lurking in the
better Zag
background,
aspects, I
it
think.
has
One of the
100% been
reasons
a
that
pleasure
the fists
playing
kind of feel better, I
Hades
think, for a
with
lot
you
of people is
guys
that
today.
the base fists, I feel, are stronger than most of the other base.
GG's, and everybody have a great rest of your day. I think this was only 5 hours that I've been live, so I might come back for another couple hours later on this evening. Until then, peace and be well. You too. Thank you.